Hello, hello. If anybody can hear me outside, we're going to be beginning soon, so go ahead and come on in. Hello. Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of the Ubuntu Summit 2022. Are you having fun? Right. That was not enough, but Noah will fix that. So if you wonder who Noah is the poor guy that keep getting photobombed by orange people. So I don't know. I guess that's what we do. All right, Noah, would you like to come on stage and help us out? So tell us what we need to do.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello. I really want. Hello. Awesome. All right. So we are going to do something now. Okay. I think I don't have it that visible. Okay. So in my right, this is group 1, and then on my left, group 2. Okay. So I've been part of the word translation team for Ubuntu since 2015. I've not done a lot of contribution. So the word right there is ye mala. It means, in a way, it means that's right. Okay? So I'm going to say Ubuntu Summit 2022. Then group 1, you do ye. Then group 2, ma. Then together, we say la. Okay? All right, so let's give it a try. Ubuntu Summit 2022. Exactly. So right now we have to add more energy and also make it more exciting. Okay? All right, so Ubuntu Summit 2022. Ma la. Exactly. So can we be upstanding? I want to see you, today is the last day and we actually have to make it really fun. One more time. So let's can we stand? I want to see some excitement. All right. So make sure you do some crazy pose. Anything, okay? All right. So let's go. Ubuntu Summit 2022. Yay! Ma la la. One more time. Ubuntu Summit 2022. Yay! Ma la.
Well, that wakes you up. I need a cup of that every morning. All right, let's have a look. I would like to share with all of you and with the audience at home what we have been up to outside of this room. So people that watch the stream can have a glimpse of the fun things. So, fun times. So, what do we have here? Somebody having fun with a jellyfish? And maybe somebody having too much fun with a jellyfish. Gabrielle, well, okay. What's up next? So, we have a bell. Somebody might have heard that. And that bell used to belong to Carolina, one of our EAs, but she forgot to take it home. So, sorry, Carolina, that's ours. And it has been branded as the Ubuntu Summit Bell of Happiness because apparently everyone that takes the bell becomes immediately very happy. So, all right, let's have a look at some fun things and fun times. We have penguins, happy people, the hallway track is always the best, having fun with robots, great talks, funny faces, and somebody looks to be very happy here. And somebody can even give a great presentation and still have a lot of fun. I still don't know how to do that, but yeah. Oh my gosh, let's look at what's coming here. We like foosball table. We thought we should have foosball table, and we found a foosball table that is as long as a car. So People enjoy that. So let's see what's up next. Game night. So let's see what happened. Somebody got competitive. Somebody got competitive in a strange setup. Somebody here having a blast. And somebody else, well, taking it a little bit easier. All right, announcements. Yes, I know, announcements, boring, blah, blah, blah. No. We don't do boring here, so the closing party. We are going on a private cruise on the river today, so please listen and don't get lost. We like you, so come. Let's see how it works. So this is the mezzanine level. You go down to the lobby, and then keep going down to the lower lobby. There's an exit over there. Don't use the other one, right? Look at the picture. That's the exit. And then get on the bus. 3 steps. We can do it. Can we do it? So the bus will take us to the boat, and we'll have food, so no need to rush for dinner, no need to go out and come back in 7 minutes. We'll have food, we'll have drinks, and we'll have fun. Lorenzo's music, I don't know if you saw their presentation or workshop, they're going to play for us tonight. And we're going to go cruising, 3 hours cruise. We are docking back at 11 p.m., and the party can continue until midnight. So, and then the bus will take us back from 11 up to midnight, your choice. The docks are actually pretty close from here, so if you want to take a walk, don't get lost. So, let's go a little bit into the details. 7 p.m., the buses will arrive. Boarding begins at 7:30. At 8, the boat departs. We'll have food and fun. At 11, the boat will come back. We'll have buses available, and they'll depart when they're full, and up to midnight. Bring the badge. Or run back, take your badge, and run back again, and the boat is gone. So please, bring the badge. Thank you so much. Ahmed, hello. Would you like to say a few words? Yes. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to day 3. Today I want you, or I hope, that you'll do something different. We've been sharing a lot of the scenes of happiness, joy, and interconnectedness. But if you can share one thing using this hashtag today that will be of great use, not just to everyone following you, but generally to the community, it would be answering this question with the hashtag. What was your biggest aha moment or biggest learning throughout the 3 days? It doesn't have to have a picture if it doesn't have schematics or slides. But if you just share what was your biggest takeaway or what was your biggest moment of discovery or aha moment with the hashtag, I think that would be great. We had a lot of opportunities to connect, even me personally. I discovered a lot of really interesting subcategories, so things I'm personally interested in the world of open source. Again? Yeah. So I think that's what I will personally ask you to do. I'm sure there's a lot of things that you want to share as well. And of course, as usual, our socials will be more than happy to amplify the reach of your message, your findings, or learnings. I think that's it. Thanks.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Ahmed. So next up, if you remember the happy guy from the picture, Tiago, hello. Would you like to say a few words? Tiago is our moderator for day 2 afternoon session. So if you have a talk in the afternoon and you have questions, look for this guy.
Hello, good morning. Apparently, I'm the funny guy from the Portuguese local, and I have a podcast. Don't forget about it. Okay, so learn some Portuguese. I just will ask the speakers for the afternoon to reach me because I want someone I already knew, but for the ones that I don't know, I want to know who I'm presenting, and I will try not to butcher the name. So at least this is the basics. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Tiago. And next up, I would like to introduce Anna. Anna is our moderator for the morning session. Would you like to introduce yourself? Thank you.
Thank you, Mauro. My name is Anna Makarudze. I'm a software engineer based in Harare, Zimbabwe. I'm also part-time fundraising coordinator for Jungle Girls Foundation and the president for the Jungle Software Foundation until the end of the year when I step down. So I'm happy to be here, and I hope we have a great time together today.
Thank you. Our first talk starts at 9:30, so you can take a quick break and be back. You will hear the bell of happiness. If you want to use the bell of happiness, you can come find us. We'll be happy to share it. And Carolina will not be happy. Thank you.
Our next talk comes from Bavi and is going to be talking about an empowering and awesome journey with disability in the Ubuntu community.
Thank you. Thank you. So, good morning, all. Basically, yeah, I'm an Indian and I stay in Budapest right now. So, I'm going to talk about how I came over my disability and speech problems, thanks to the Ubuntu and Debian community, for which I'm contributing from the past 50 years. So basically, like, I was born with 75% cerebral palsy. Like, uh, right now it's so bad that my left leg and left hand doesn't move. So any contributions I make in the Ubuntu community or any code I do is with a single hand. Yeah, so I just wanted to give an overview about how this community, the Ubuntu community and Debian community actually helped me to overcome all my challenges and see a world in a better perspective. So something about me, like I'm an Ubuntu user from 6.04, but even earlier, and I got my Ubuntu membership in 2007, which was a real long time ago. And yeah, I started contributing to the Ubuntu development community, like packaging and maintaining packages. And I got my repository access in 2010. And I was on the application review board, which was like the predecessor to the snaps which you have. Like, we were one of the main reasons for which you have snaps today. I'll come to that part later. It's like how one decision in last 2 years actually triggered this entire snap thing. And I was on the Ubuntu local community council until 2015, and right now I'm a private entrepreneur in Budapest, Hungary, working with angel investors and venture capitalists on advising them technically all early stage startup investment and how to go about things. So that's about me, and let's get into it. Like, so the first thing is, like, when I started using Ubuntu in 2004, like I was in a virtually on a wheelchair, and it was like I was in a box, like how to come out of the four walls I am in right now. So then I started exploring open source, and then I got introduced to Ubuntu through Shipit. Anyone remember Shipit here? Like, it's really old time. Like, it's like yeah, 10 years ago the program got disbanded. So the first thing I did was order few Shipit CDs of Ubuntu and try to install it. Like, at those days, everything was like sort of manual, like from partition to mounting a disk to your driver installations, etc. Everything was manual. So I tried to figure it out. I failed like around 4-6 months. I was like, what the heck, man? Like, this is not what I expected. And then I slowly started getting involved in the IRC and the forums. So I started lurking around, and once I got a grip, I started contributing to the forums first. And then after the forums, when I saw the Ubuntu development ecosystem, like, I was really interested, like, why cannot I contribute to this? So from then onwards, I started bug squashing and Ubuntu development and package maintenance. So it's like, the thing is, why the Ubuntu community is so great and so helpful is, you welcome people from all sorts of backgrounds. Like diversity means in corporate culture it's like only you're targeted to some part of a group or some community, but in the Ubuntu community, as Mark said the other day, uh, the community welcomes everyone with open heart. Like, I had serious accessibility issues, and even today, even at present, I have serious speech issues. Like, I stammer a lot, so I have a thick accent. So, so apart from, in spite of that, I'm actually talking here. Like, my brain doesn't, one part of the brain which processes my speech and my creative side of it is grossly underdeveloped. So I cannot actually sort of articulate things in a better manner. But I'm still standing here thanks to the Ubuntu community. And thanks to UDSS also. Like from past 10 years, this is the UDS. This is the summit which is equal to the UDS, but it's like some sort of different. And we had a great time in UDSs, actually, 10 years ago. So, the question I see in the board also, right outside, it's like how to get involved in packaging or maintenance, and some of them has written that how to get involved in loco teams, and how to get women into Ubuntu community. The thing is, uh, for starting a contribution in the Ubuntu community, you need to just ask any one of them, and they'll be happy to guide you, like where to go and where to find out things. And it's pretty simple. You need not to have a secluded mind that okay, this is only for development, or this is only for Juju, or this is only for ARM. We need documentation. Without documentation, any software doesn't even sustain for a long time. For example, we need translations, we need support, forums. So these are the some of the areas where like non-technical contributions also come into the picture, including advocacy. Like we need the people who are motivated enough to take care of the loco teams. For example, it's grossly outdated, and I still have the access. In spite of being out of the team from past 6 years, I still have the access, and if anyone helps me out in resurrecting the loco teams and the processes which govern the loco teams, I'll be more than happy to help them out in the right direction. So if anyone wants to start contributing to the Ubuntu community, the basic thing is taking small steps in the Ubuntu community. And one more thing is, like when they ask me about packaging and maintenance, I'll tell you a simple example. Okay, so any DDs here who are Debian developers who are sitting here? So it's like the thing is, when you try to explain, let's say quilt patch management system, or a system where we are using pbuilder or sbuild to build our packages, and dput to push our packages to the Ubuntu or the Debian repository to a GitHub guy who is like who knows git merge, git pull, and who knows building continuous integration or Jenkins. It's a real tough task because it's a whole new environment. Like when I started when I started contributing in the Ubuntu development, right, we had a simple like sort of a patch system wherein we used to run a patch command and put the level of the directory and the level of the file which needs to be patched, and write few lines of code and push it, and boom, it was there. So then we had something called as dpatch, which was again good, which was the predecessor for the quilt. I don't know whether uh, quilt is still the gold standard for patching packages in Ubuntu, as I have lost touch in the Ubuntu or the Debian development from 2018. My last upload came in 2019. So, like dpatch had a problem. Like when you patch any system or whatever, patch any file or upload patches, they needed to be numbered. And once the number gets wrong, the patch series wouldn't apply properly. So then we got something known as Quilt, which is a self patch management system wherein you have a file called series, where you can you can include your patch and include the file name in the patch, and then they just run the quilt run command and it'll just patch the system. So explaining this thing or explaining the upstream or downstream delta to a GitHub guy is a real tough task, because it's a whole new different environment altogether. So that's why the shift has come from, let's say, to the core package management to a more sort of app development right now using Labs. And that too, as a previous application review board member, in 2012 we had a community event called Ubuntu App Showdown, wherein we had around 35 apps coming in as entries, and I was one of the judges of the panel. So we had around 1 month of development efforts. So we were a four member team actually, and then what we did was we needed to strip it down to three apps, and the problem was all the 35 apps which came were seriously good at that point of time. So what we did was we thought of introducing a system like Debian, Debian package management for the app review system in Ubuntu. And then when I started looking into porting Lintian into the app review system in Ubuntu, like I collaborated with the Debian Lintian maintainers, and they were like, "Oh man, this is cool, and this seems to be a great idea." But after somewhere around 60 commits or something, I realized that, oh man, I'm in deep waters now, because this particular code which checks the Debian packaging standard is like a deep sea. So then it got to a point where like it was heavily sort of difficult to maintain the entire thing. So then what we decided in the community was to automate the entire process using a Git flow or something, and that's how SAPS came into picture. So the thing is, we were right there when we took a decision like to change over from the Debianized system of app reviews to the system of app reviews which is right now present as Snaps. So how to get help? So when you see someone saying, "Hey, how can I get help?" So how many people are new here, like new to Ubuntu? Okay, so the thing is, one golden rule is to just ask. Nobody tells you read the manual well. Nobody tells you that to read the manual and shut up and do your own work. Here, the community is such a way that it's quite open, and if you tap on anyone's shoulder and ask anything, they'll be ready to help you. That's what the Ubuntu community and the core sort of mantra is in the entire community. So if you need anything or if any newcomers here need anything, just reach out to the Ubuntu community, the old ones like we, or the new ones, and they'll be really happy to help. So, so how to get this thing started? Like, for example, we had outreach teams and beginners teams before who were like getting the new contributors into the Ubuntu community and having all the having them go through the processes. But right now, it's a good thing which has happened is the Ubuntu accomplishments have been regenerated completely thanks to Denny. And uh, one thing is, I'm thinking like, can we merge the outreach thing and the Ubuntu accomplishments thing to create something like a GitHub AWA, something on the similar lines. So it's just an idea, and hopefully if I get some support in the Ubuntu community, I hope to restructure the loco teams first and the loco council, and then have a talk about how I did this thing at the present in the next Ubuntu Summit. So apart from that, I am actually into machine learning and AI, and I was one of the mentors for the Google Summer of Code in 2013, where myself and my mentee did some development on automatic voice translation for Indian languages, which was not present in Google Translate, and right now it's a part of Google Translate. Any Google guys here? Yeah. So, so the thing is, this community has helped me to go to San Francisco, to go to different parts of the world, and contribute to different sort of stacks. Like, and one more thing is, the other picture is, I represented India at the United Nations conference on disability policies for IT in corporate world, and I got a silver medal from the United Nations for my presentation on how to accommodate differently abled people in the corporate environment, like how to implement a DEI strategy for corporate environments in 2013. And the second picture is, like, due to my contributions to the open source and the disability community in India, I got a Order of Merit from the Honorable President of India in 2017. So after that, I moved my base permanently to Europe, and I'm a private entrepreneur now who is consulting on different projects, and I'm looking out for more work also. Yeah. So this is my story in the Ubuntu community, from being nowhere, and even now I needed support from two guys to get up on the stage. Like, I should thank Carlos for helping me out. Like, he was a rock star, and Moro for helping me out, for literally lifting me up and getting me on the stage. So thanks to both of them. And yeah, that's it. This is my story, like, from the past 15 years. And for me, Ubuntu has become a way of life. Ubuntu and Debian has become a way of life daily, and I hope to continue. And I hope to continue giving back to the community as far as I can. Thank you. So, if there is any questions, there is 5 minutes remaining, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hi, thanks very much. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. You've told us about your story, and You're one of the few who gets on the stage and manages to tell that story. Can you suggest what we should be thinking about in order to make sure that there are more people who can get on the stage who need a bit of help getting there? And when I say get on the stage, I mean getting into work or just participating in communities.
Right now, I'm working on a side project wherein I want to develop an ecosystem wherein people like me can come into open source and can use technology and be independent like me. So I'm working on it right now, and it's my dream actually in the next few years to do it. Like, if I can do this, anyone can do this. That's my belief. Yeah, one more.
Oh, there's some. Oh, I'll follow up with that, if I may. Can you say what the biggest single concrete difference was for you in your journey? What was the single thing that made a difference in a concrete way?
Single thing which made a difference was the confidence that the community gave. I have worked with great minds in the community. Like, one of them is my friend Fenris from Malaysia, who is a rock star, and he's on the Ubuntu membership board. And the other one is Ose. Ose is here, and I've worked with many people like Daniel Holbach, who was my mentor in all these Ubuntu development things. So I worked with him for 800 patches, all 800 packages. He was like, even a single mistake, he used to say, okay, you can do it, redo it. So the confidence the community gave was the biggest differentiator for me to come here.
Okay. How can we find that project that you said you are working on? And what do you believe that local communities can do to enable it further and take it everywhere?
Right now, local communities are a bit of on the backstage. So if I get some support, I can rejig the entire thing. And basically, for me, local communities are like the backbone of the Ubuntu ecosystem. Like, wherever you go, if you have local events, you can get more people coming in and with different sort of ideas to contribute to take this thing forward. So on the local council, which is like, let's say, like very sort of dead right now, if I get some support, I can rejig the local system entirely again.
Hi, thanks for the nice presentation. I would like to ask you a piece of advice for Ubuntu developers. How could we help other people that faced situations like you faced before, that you thought that were roadblocks in your way of contributing, getting involved, that we could prevent happening for others?
Just be open and just be inclusive. Like Mark said, it's all depends on the accessibility part. So if you make things accessible and if you are open-hearted, then everything is possible. So thank you guys. Thank you for listening to me. And I'm around here. If you need anything, please tap me and I'll be in conversation with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bavi. We are going to take a quick break, and the next talk starts at 10. So our next talk comes from Eilu, and she's going to talk about the advocacy and the flaws.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eylül Doral, and I am a contemporary artist and educator, part-time lecturer at Istanbul Technical University, and I'm also a volunteer for the Ubuntu Studio. So, what exactly do I do as an artist? In my case, my artistic practice, I work with a variety of media. So I work with photography. It's one of my oldest mediums. I do both like more classic landscape photography and more, also some stuff that is more experimental. I also work with photography in a way that like using it to kind of lean toward video, making art, video art to be specific, which is a bit different than film in that it tends to be small and more photography, like more static like. I also work with creative coding. So I've done electronic art pieces that has been exhibited in various events internationally. This was a recent case of that was exhibited in Macedonia. And this was actually, I also do occasionally small installation-like work, which is from, this is actually called Solar Plant. It was on the previous Istanbul Biennale parallel event, and this is a commentary on greenwashing, which at the time wasn't discussed as much. I also work with traditional media, and primarily paper and markers, paper and pens, watercolor more recently, and occasionally acrylic. So you might wonder what is going on here. There's so much stuff happening, and my main practice is about mediums and how do you go from stylistic element of one medium and translate that to another. So how can you make, for example, electronic art, a code, look like a painting? But that's not what I'm going to talk about today. I am an artist who uses free and lib open source software. So I use, when I'm working on my own work, I am using open source software more or less exclusively. Why is the question I get from my students and people who meet me often. Why would you be using open source software rather than the industry standard commercial software? Is it because you worry about freedom? Is it because it's good for you? This is the screenshot of a digital work that I have exhibited in Vancouver Art Gallery as part of the International Symposium of Electronic Arts. This was in 2015. And the color that is missing in this spectrum is the exact tone of the color that Yves Klein has kind of copyrighted. And this was a commentary on copyright and how copyright is an error we need to root around. So I do care about copyright issues. I do care about open source. I do care about freedom of information. I do think that this is important, but this is not why I started using open source software. Then why? This was a game. It was called Spookargram. It was basically a 10-gram game that where, you know, the board was hunted and it will be moving around. It's a silly thing that I did for a university. This was a game. This is the only thing that remains of it. Because the software I made the game in, Macromedia Director, no longer exists. It was bought over by another company, and then it was discontinued. So I have no access to the source, and most of the plugins and such that view this work does not exist anymore. This is another school university era work. This is called Wall. It was an interactive art that was intended to describe what depression looks like, what mental illness looks like. And this was done in Flash. It is in my to-do list. I have the assets of it. I have the images that made this thing, but the work does not work anymore because Flash does not exist anymore. This one was not interactive. This was also done in Flash, the girl with flying hair from 2011. And this one kind of exists because I managed to screen record it. It's not the quality it was, but I managed to somehow rescue a version of this work as a GIF. But the original, the full quality work, no longer exists. So one of the primary reasons that made me go, no, I'm just going with open source, was the lack of open document formats. For an artist, the fact that you retain your original work and your documentation is extremely critical to your work, and to be able to have that whole item, to be able to show it, to be able to talk about it. Yet, anytime that I use a commercial software, it vanished. So I decided to not use them anymore. Or anything that is closed-sourced, they vanished, to be more specific. Also, another problem I ran into was need to use the software outside the prescribed workflows. It is interesting, it's easy to think, oh, I'm just going to stay in this ecosystem. But the fact that I can take a work that I sketch in my paint and move it to Krita for more detailed work and then do a post-processing on it on Darktable, one of these software is not even intended for illustration, yet I can use it for illustration. And the fact that the files can move from one software to another is a huge advantage. As a matter of fact, part of this is why I end up using Ubuntu Studio. I was trying to record my own sound in a different operating system. It didn't work because it was preventing the computer audio to be played and then recorded with added stuff on top. What I was doing was perfectly legal, but it was blocked by security pieces that was put to prevent me from, that was put in place to prevent breach of copyright. I wasn't doing anything like that, but I was stopped from being able to do the work I was intending to do. Then I installed Ubuntu Studio. Then what happened is that I stopped playing games for 2 years because I liked the user interface so much that I did not want to switch back. Which brings me to my third comment. It just works. Yes, it might be difficult to install it because of the way that the hardware doesn't come with the software these days, but once you get it to working, I find a lot more flexible in doing what you need to do, and it is a lot more resilient. And by this, I do not mean the command line, because this is the argument I always hear, oh, the command line is great. I use the command line. I love the command line. But it goes beyond that. The software is literally designed to make life easier for a user rather than making them sell, like, it's not optimized for making the user spend more money. It is optimized to making the user's life easier. But what does it mean to be an artist that uses free open source software? I mean, there are the usual suspects. I use Darktable, I use GIMP, I use Krita. Hugin is a panorama software that I use both for panoramas and for stitching. I have a lot of traditional works that are larger, and the way that you would document that work is that you would take multiple pictures so that you have enough resolution. Then you can stitch it on a panorama software to get a very flat and high resolution image of the work. I use Hugin more these days for this task than I do for panorama making. I use Inkscape when I need to make vectors that can change colors for my website. That can also be used for illustration. That's just how I use it. I use my Paint for sketching. It's very lightweight. It's great. I use Processing.org. For those who doesn't know, that's a Java-based programming language designed for designers and artists. That makes it very easy to make creative code work. I use Cyril occasionally. I don't do so much deep space photography, but once or twice I actually needed that, that capability of the specific software. But this is not just what it takes to be an open source software using artist. It also means that my operating system is open source. I use Ubuntu Studio. I use Scribus to make my portfolios that I submit to projects and such. I use Open Camera to take my photographs. Not exclusively, but often I do. There's a couple other software on Android that I do use for that. I use OBS if I need to live stream my process. I use, or just sometimes if I'm giving a remote talk, it makes my life a lot easier to be able to show my work and myself and all of those complicated stuff. I use libvacom. That's how I make sure that my graphic tablet can connect and work with my computer. All of these are open source software. But it goes beyond that. I use Calibre to make EPUB books that are like, you know, my own work or whatever reason. I do sometimes need to create EPUBs, and that's where I use it. I use Clementine to listen to music while I'm working. I use Firefox where, you know, we need a browser. I use LibreOffice when I'm filling out the my forms that when I'm applying to a residency or an exhibition. You need to write things, whether that's information about your artwork, material. In general, I'm teaching, I use it there. I use Ocular. Again, obviously, I do need to be able to access and read PDFs and or present slides as it is now. I use VLC to be able to convert media between different formats. So for example, I have format being my creative code work being outputted in a certain format from processing. I need to make it to what the exhibiting side, the gallery or the event requires. That's where I do that. Or I just use FFmpeg these days, but you know, both of them works. I use Zimwikis. It's for note-taking, keeping documentation of my work, keeping documentation on my teaching, all of those things. All of these items are open source software. But there is more. I use Unihost and Mastodon and PixelFed as my main social media. Yes, I am self-hosted. And yes, thanks to Unihost, it actually doesn't require me to do too much maintenance. It is actually manageable. I just press the buttons to update things. Sometimes things break spectacularly, but overall, it actually works. Anyone who follows me on Mastodon, this is the setup I have. And I'm not a system admin by trade, just to clarify. So all of these things are part of my workflow. And the fact that all of these things can interact with each other and doesn't hinder each other, that's not trying to monetize me as data, helps me make my work better and makes my workflow a lot easier. So about a decade ago, I went from being just an artist, a user of open source software, to being a volunteer for it. It's the usual story. I was using Ubuntu Studio. There was a declaration, oh, we need beta testers. I use the software, I should give back, right? Right? Yeah, I figured I will just be beta testing and, you know, maybe beta testing again on the next release. Famous last words. A few years later, I've been working as a volunteer. Mastodon happened in the first round in 2017, Fediverse. And I made a mistake. At this point, I'm using open source software as my workflow pretty exclusively. And I just made the mistake of saying, hey, I have this tag called art with open source. This is not just for me. You should use that too. I mean, this was Mastodon. It was very small back then, and despite in that scale, kind of went a little bit viral. And as a result, I had a bit of a megaphone on my hand for next few months of being able to say, hey, here's why you should use open source for art. Here's how you can use open source for art. And that was the beginning of a journey. I had the edit backlog tag where I was just posting photographs that I was editing using open source software. The goal was to not tell you should be using it. It was to showcase what you can do with it. Year 2018, and all of these is still happening. And independently, I ended up being offered a position to part-time teach it as a lecturer at Istanbul Technical University. They needed photography, so I'm teaching photography, and I'm like really trying to think, okay, I'm using open source software. This is photography. How do I make sure that my students have the right skills to be able to transition from software to software? Will I be able to do this properly? I'm from a fine arts background of photography, usual suspects of being the imposter syndrome. I think it was 2 weeks before the class started that I realized, wait a second, I've been always telling we should teach art with open source software to be able to, get students to learn using it and to make it be the industry standard. 2 weeks before the class, I realized, wait, I'm actually going to be doing this. Those two things did not actually even connect together until that point that, wait, I actually get to do this. So what did my class look like when I started to teach photography with open source software? It was Darktable, GIMP, Hugin, processing, with the exceptional processing, usual suspects. Photography basics, again, introduction to photography class, obviously. Creative coding, this was something that the department also agreed, like that I will be adding some creative coding because that's also something I do, and this is something that's interesting to students. And I had this idea that I want to teach free and open source software beyond just the software. So getting a little bit into the culture of it. This is what the class looked like in 2018. This is what it looks like now. So what exactly changed? Still the same software, still the same content, but what I realized somewhere in the way was that the goal of teaching the code, yes, it was to give them, to enable them to be able to write the tools if they need it or modify them, but it goes beyond that. As artists, it's really critical for us to understand the process we put our work through. Sometimes the process is as important as the end result. And I think that was what was missing to me about why it was so important to be using open source software in art. So the way I teach my class these days is we are learning focus, so camera focus. We discuss how you can have shallow depth of field on a larger aperture, yes. We talk about why an image is out of focus. We discuss how you emulate that in the code, which is blur, and then we show that in the software, and then we show that how to use that critically. We learn what a histogram is and how to generally code it, but then we learn how to use that as a tool to take well-exposed images. So what I am trying to do, I found, is that I am trying to demystify the tools and dissociate tools from being an immutable end product into something that you can use and modify in a more intuitive way. And most importantly, understand exactly what it does. I make sure that my students understand when they make an edit or take a picture on the camera, they understand exactly what they are doing. We are also discussing a lot about how photograph is a created image and not taken. This is something that I drill into my students' heads, which is very important to understand whenever you are looking to an image, whether that's a news photograph or an artistic photograph or a portrait, it always has a goal, it always has something to tell you. And I want them to understand And also, and how this actually ties down to the idea of you owning tools, you modifying the tools, because if your tool dictates what you do, your artistic style is dictated by that. Almost like what you tell through that is dictated by that or is limited by that. By teaching them about learning how to make their own tools, modifying their tools, and the idea that tools are mutable, that they are modifiable, they are learning that the process is modifiable and that they have the power to create their own styles rather than what is dictated by what is out there as existing items. And this is kind of where we tie to the parallels between artistic process and free and open source software philosophy, and that is kind of where I realized this is why I really felt the need to swap to open source software. Checking the time. And then this, in the last year, brought me full force back into the advocacy and a desire to bring this idea to more artists, and how can we do this? So what is the problem? Why is more artists not wanting to use open source software? There are multiple issues, obviously. The first is what we call the adoption and resource problem cycle. One obvious problem that all of us know really, is the availability problem. And yes, we can install Linux on a laptop, but you have to ask the question. Aral Balkan has this word. I'm going to paraphrase it a little bit, but he said this: if you have, does a top surgeon have time to do this? It is not that if they can, in theory, with infinite amount of energy and time. Is it, do they have the time to do this? Do they have time to achieve this? And this is very important. Right now, we expect the users to be able to do the work to make something work. We expect them to have the time to learn to do that thing to make it work. And then we expect them to have the time to notice that there is an option like this. And that is what we need to fix. And that is where how we are going to go forward. By availability, I mean obviously things working out of the box and documentation being available, but I also mean, is this available pre-installed? Is this available pre-installed geographically, not just in Europe and US, but is it available beyond that? Is this available pre-installed on the local shop or the local online shop? I don't mean international Amazon, but I mean local online shop, so that somebody whose computer broke down can immediately go and buy that replacement. And that is where we lose people. Beyond that, mobile becomes more and more critical for artists' workflow. If you are a traveling photographer, if you are doing a performance art, you might not have always the large laptop with you. The fact that we are present there is critical. But a lot of these problems, yeah, I'm talking about the problems here, but also there is an adoption problem that goes beyond the availability issue. We still should have more availability. Sorry, word. English is hard. The other problem is visibility. Open source software is for tech people. Open source software is hard. It is command line. It is flexible, but it is the thing that geeks do. It is not something that the artists use. It is not something that people on a deadline use. Really? No, it really isn't. And no, I know that everyone here knows that, but that is the view that outside has, and we need to fix this. To do that, first of all, we need to convince ourselves, because I think somewhere in the way, we even convince ourselves that open source software is only for geeks, for makers. We convince ourselves that ordinary people, they won't adopt it anyway. We need to stop thinking that, because there is a very real benefit to adopting open source software rather than closed-sourced alternatives that is for users, that is even beyond privacy and resilience, and it's all of these things. And how can we achieve this? And this is where the crux of this talk comes in. Artists are ambassadors. What we do as we entertain, we reach out to people. We are good at showing what something can do, how something can be amazing. Accept our help in doing that. It is important that we reach out beyond tech and maker circles. Let's not just go to computer science departments. Let's go to art departments, to econ departments, and talk to them about why the software can help their workflow, how it can make it better, because it can. Equalizing the playing field. Yes, marketing is important, and this is something I'm going to go back and say. Let us be the influencers. I am sorry, I know this is an ugly word. When a commercial software shows up, for example, Adobe's new animation software showed up, what they did was they invited artists who were on YouTube, very visible artists with good followers, and asked them to test the software, to try it out. What do you think that did? These people went on and proceeded to use this, and then it meant other people saw it being used and how it could be used, and it allowed the software to be more commonly adopted. We cannot do this. We can do this. Even beyond advertising, we need to level the playing field. Closed source software's business model is getting the user to pay as much as possible and adoption, and they have uneven advantage due to the resources that they have. By definition, we have less resources because we are not willing to exploit the users. It's important that we do really push toward legislations that will support open source software, that will support users' rights. And I don't mean just, there has been a good habit of governments, for example, adopting flaws. That's great. But can't we go beyond that? Right to repair. This matters to us. The fact that products, hardware is not locked in services, but actually mutable tools, that they are objects that we own and can modify, is critically important to open source, yes. It is also important for the environment. Can't we collaborate with existing efforts to make right to repair and lessening of the trash we create, electronic trash? Can't we join to those things? Can't we join to those movements, add our own point of view to that? Can't we talk about how open source software is an alternative to, for example, the additional cost that the companies have? How open source software can be a way to standardize, to make sure that electronic items can last longer and can be used more, and that can be repurposed. This is one thing. The second one, universal basic income. Again, you might think, wait, why? What does this have to do with open source software? But imagine a world where people have the time to work on the projects that they do without having to monetize it or find a job that will help them, eat still. Imagine a world where they won't have to spend time monetizing it. They won't have to spend time writing Patreon posts or Kickstarter projects, try to figure out how to do funding and all of the legal stuff, because they have the money they need. And they can just focus on doing what they love, which is building software. Imagine a world where influencers who love doing what they are doing can choose the software and issues that they actually do care about, and can spend their time highlighting those rather than having to find sponsorships and say what they want. And before I finish this, I just want to tell one last thing. What can we do as an artist? As artists, we are different than academics in that academics will go deep and narrow into one topic. Engineering is a bit like that too. We specialize less. We still have our own specializations, but we specialize less. And our strength is to find connections between distinct things that might not be as visible. Use us that way. How, you ask? Have artists in your team. This is what I was in Ubuntu Studio for the longest time. It took me a better part of the decade to clarify that. I am the art lead, yes, because I do the wallpapers and I help out with graphics. But what I am also is the artist in residence. I am the person who sees the workflows. I am the person who also tries to create art using this thing while collaborating with the developers. Can't we formalize this beyond that? If you're a small project, if you're a large project, have an artist residency. Have a regular artist residency. It doesn't need to be that they are doing something directly related to what you are doing. At best, it is nice marketing, something for you to show that is interesting. It's even better, it actually allows you to have meaningful collaboration and will allow you to come up with more ideas. It will also bring opportunities to artists to do work with a company that they actually want to support. If you're a small project with not a lot of funds, still have an artist residency. Have a remote artist residency. Yes, it's better to pay the artists, but realize that there is also a lot of us who are willing to donate our time or is also interested in the opportunity to have a collaboration like that. It enriches us too, to be able to talk to engineers, to people with fields outside of ours. So use that resource. And if you're an artist, reach out to your local open source software community. You might be surprised, as I did, that they are much more open to dialogue than you would imagine. Thank you.
Testing, testing. All right. Thank you. You had a slide and discussion about the ability for an artist to modify the tools they use to further their ability to express themselves in ways the tools don't automatically allow. I think this is really powerful and an inherent advantage to open source software versus commercial software. I think there's a problem though in that it requires a lot of technical ability often to understand the underlying software to know how to modify a tool to do something else. And I wonder, I don't know much about art software, I'm not an artist, but are you aware of any particular software that allows this kind of ability to modify the software in intuitive ways that users would find, I mean, without requiring coding skills, that you can kind of modify the software in ways that weren't intended?
For example, 2 examples I can give is sometimes it is not about so much modifying the software specifically, but that you can literally use the software together in a way that is completely unexpected. Like the fact that I am using Hugin to make prints of my artwork. Hugin is a panorama software. It is intended for photography. It is not intended for art. Yet it works fantastically. Another way is the way that I'm using Ubuntu Studio, for example, I was using it literally, the jack itself, to record music using simple tools. It is also about not using the tools in unexpected ways. It is also, it is even just a concept that these tools are, once we start understanding what a blur code does, what a blur is, and what, when you do a tone curve change, what it does to the photograph, sometimes it is not about being able to edit that complete software, which is complicated, but it is the ability to be able to write your own code a little bit that does it, or at least find a way creatively to do what you want to do, whether that is in software scripting, or it is combining two things unexpected, or using a software that is completely for a different field that you can just adapt to what you need. It's more about understanding what that processes do and being in the control of them. Necessarily, if you cannot code, maybe you'll use 10 different software to do what you want it to do. That is still modifying your tools. Or maybe you are going to do part of it by hand, and then you are going to draw something by hand that you specifically scan. Or maybe you are going to modify your scanner to do something else. I mean, sometimes by just using a different color light maybe on it, or using a different object. I don't mean technical modifications. There is still a lot you can do creatively without necessarily having to completely, for example, go into Krita and modify the software itself. It's more being able to play with your tools and get them to do what you want. And I will say this much, open source software generally, by default, gives you more options to do things differently than commercial software that is really honed into making you work in one workflow. Like one thing I noticed in Darktable, for example, the color mixing, the channel mixer is actually allowing you to swap channels, which is extremely important if you are doing infrared photography. Versus poor closed source alternative users have to do some sort of bizarre scripting to be able to even get that done. So there are those advantages as well. The fact that you can bug report and contribute to your software in a different way so that those changes happen, that's another part of it. That you can collaborate with the open source software developers to get something happening, that's another aspect of it. So when I'm talking about the tool, modifying tools, I don't mean just, that's what I was thinking it was when I was teaching the class in 2018. And that was the realization I had as time went on. I'm not sure if that answered your question or not. Okay.
Hello. Yeah, it's very nice that you're teaching your students to use open source software. My question is, what they do when your course is finished? They keep using open source software, or they switch back to commercial ones?
When I was teaching it as an optional, like I am teaching using open source software and they are allowed to use whatever they want, it was 50-50. These days, I require them to use the open source software in the assignments, which are 1 week turnaround. On the final project, they are welcome to use anything they want. And the end result I've seen is that most of them, by that time, are willing to use what we've learned the class in. And it depends. Some people will try to bounce back, and some people will do both. Like, I've definitely seen them also combine one open source and one commercial software, etc. But generally, I will say adoption is not bad. But I don't know what happens after the class. No worries.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for certainly giving me advice over the past almost 5 years, and being my artist in residency, and being the art lead for Ubuntu Studio. But my question is for those groups that don't have an artist in residency to be able to give such advice as far as artwork and whatnot, where would they go about finding such an artist in residency?
Go to the art departments, university art departments. You'll find a lot of young students who are trying to gain experience who would also benefit from that. go to art forums. That's a good place to go to. It's not just like, don't just rely on people who does find your forums. Don't just rely on people who finds IRC. Go to, whether that's DeviantArt or ArtStation, these websites, and see what type of artists are there. Granted, these are more commercial artists, so they might have less time, but at the same time, put out announcements on art websites and see if anybody is interested. Also go into the crossover areas. For example, Krita has a forum named Krita Artists that does attract quite a bit of illustrators. Pixels Us has photographers who use open source software already. If you feel less confident, those might be also the avenues. But I will say definitely reach out beyond, go to areas where conferences where, or institutes that does electronic art. You'll find very tech-savvy artists there. That's the solution. But as I said, even beyond that, just reach out to your local university's art department. Nothing might come out, but you might be surprised.
So thank you for the talk. It's really inspiring. A lot of the free software art tools are sometimes difficult to install on Windows. At least that was my experience. It was really awkward to install them sometimes. Do you think the existence of Windows Subsystem for Linux, specifically the part that you can just run graphical applications easily, would be a useful tool for graphical artists to just keep using what they have in their laptop, because they're not like technical people who are comfortable just reinstalling the operating system, but still have access to the vast library of software available in Ubuntu and Debian?
Can you repeat what you said a little bit slower and a little closer
Sure.
to the microphone? Sorry.
Do you think using WSL2 and the graphical application support could be seen as a useful tool to allow artists who have Windows laptops but still have access to the vast majority of software available in Ubuntu and in Debian easily without having to switch to another operating system, which they might find challenging?
If I understood your question, you were asking me if the fact that availability of the software, the commercial software, is a barrier to entry. Is that understood?
Using like a Windows laptop, but using Ubuntu through WSL2 that supports graphical applications. So when, for instance, you want to install GIMP, well, GIMP is really high profile, so it has a Windows installer. But there's a lot of software that just works really well on Linux, but it's difficult to put on a Windows machine. But with WSL2, you can actually just install it and run it alongside everything else you already have and know.
That is actually what brought a lot of people to Ubuntu Studio, that, for example, audio software is really, really hard to set up and it's not available on Windows. That is definitely an audience we had. I'm switching hats to Ubuntu Studio volunteer here for a moment. But yeah, that's definitely an advantage. And but that shouldn't keep people from making their software available to other platforms, obviously. But also realize that what will help and retain artists is having the smaller utilities. So for example, the fact that Plasma has a graphic tablet utility that at some point apparently was working better than the original drivers. Not entirely sure how that happened, not sure if that is still the case. That was a huge advantage, and that was something we could market. And there are a few things missing, like color calibration, etc., that would really help retain artists. Right now, the peripheral support, like screen support, color calibration, these are some of the bottlenecks that will even help make artists actually prefer Linux over Windows. Right now, a lot of the artists tend to use Macs, not even Windows. So that will be an advantage because we will have the flexibility and those missing tools. But at the same time, yeah, like having tools available that is not available on Windows, that definitely does bring people in. Not so much on the visual art, but definitely on the audio side and video side. I know that people do move to Linux side because there are options available. That is pre-calibrated, pre-installed, because installation of these things and setting up these things are not trivial either.
Thanks. I really enjoyed your talk. You started by mentioning copyright and Yves Klein's blue, maybe Anish Kapoor and his special black is an even more eyebrow-raising example. But you ended by talking about the need for artists to be able to make a living, be able to do things like eat and have shelter, which is extraordinary of them to want that. In a world where everybody seems to think that all artistic output should be free and shareable, and copyright has protected artists' incomes for a long time. How would you like us to think about copyright in relation to the tools and the artwork?
Oh. Okay, I'm going to try to keep this brief because this is a different talk that I could also give at this point, as it is actually one of my primary interests. Copyright is a compromise. It is a compromise that was created so that people could come up with new ideas. New idea generation is, warning, I am not an economist, I'm just daughters of two, all mistakes belong to me, before I say this. But generally, the idea creation can be considered in some way a positive externality. An action that is profitable to everyone, to the commons, but that profit doesn't necessarily look visible to the extent, to the individual who does it. So you lack incentive. And what copyright does is that it tries to create a monopoly, a temporary monopoly, to fix that, to encourage that positive externality for everyone. That's what it was intended to be. These days, it is not what it is anymore. And there's also a question that we need to ask, if, we are living in more and more in an environment that is where ideas are not generated by individuals, but more by communities due to the increase in communication. And there is a question, increasingly so, of who does this idea belong to, because it actually belongs to a dialogue. Nobody creates an idea on their own. Ideas are created within dialogues. And yet one person who comes with it is given the ownership to fix this problem of making, it's an imperfect solution to maintain idea generation at its heart. With something like universal basic income, why do I say that open source should be supporting that? It is an alternative. Because you fix the problem that artists and inventors need to eat, and decouple that from the idea generation, the ideas can be commons. You mentioned Anish Kapoor. Actually, that work was before that. And it was the same year Nina Pillay also had a TED talk where she said that copyright is brain damage. Because what's happening is that you are stopping the communication of something, information. And you are removing information away from the, how do I put this? You take the information away from the process of dialogue that allows it to be modified and turn it into an immutable object. Information is not an immutable object. Information is something that flows, and this is where you run into this problem. So that is why copyright is an error you need to root around. This is why it is a temporary solution, imperfect solution. Creative Commons partially fixes that problem, not completely. Okay, that was a very long explanation, but sorry.
Hello, thanks for your talk. My question's really about user interface design. And I imagine artists, especially of the kind of art that you seem to do, you want as least resistance as possible between your ideas and manipulating them or creating them with a piece of software. Do you think we could do more, or we could do a better job of reducing the complexity of the software that you're using to help people like you make creation more easy? I mean, some of the software that you listed is fantastic, Darktable, Krita, but they are also very complicated, and there's a steep learning curve that maybe gets in the way of people being creative. Do you think we could do a better job with that?
We need different tools with different jobs. So Krita actually has been doing an amazing job reaching out to artists and making the software work for an artist, which is why it has such a huge adoption at this point. Some other software has more challenges, and yes, obviously we can do better interfaces. But honestly, where I'm noticing the biggest problems, bottlenecks at the moment for an artist is more on the operating system side, especially drivers, support of the peripherals, and availability of specialized products. So for example, we love to have our drawing tablets, whether that is iPad style or more laptop style with a Slate laptops. We do not have, for example, any Linux, like pure Linux, I don't mean Android, pure Linux version product that allows us to do that. We also are lacking in the mobile interfaces, and I think that is somewhere where the resources are just not enough. Like, Krita is amazing, but it's not available for mobile. The interface is not just the fact that it's not packaged. A lot of the photography software, same problem, while more and more photographers' workflows involves just editing on the phone and just posting right there. So that is kind of, we are falling behind on adopting new hardware and adapting our software to the new hardware rather than desktop accessibility. It's the peripherals and the specialized devices that where we are, I feel like, losing the adoption a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Eilu. Daniele wants to say something quick.
A few seconds of your time. Thank you so much. That was really a brilliant talk. I really enjoyed that. Just so you know, Canonical is hiring. We're hiring lots of people for lots of different roles. I and some of the other Canonical hiring leads will be running some 2 informal sessions that you can come to at 12:30 and 4 o'clock today in Carlin 3. They're in the calendar, where you can meet us and find a little bit about opportunities at Canonical and our hiring process. So if you're interested in the possibility of working for Canonical, please drop in and talk to us. Thanks.
Thank you all. Next up is our coffee break, and the next talk starts at 11:30. Hello. Our next talk comes from Vuyisile, and you'll be talking about Pi in a box using a Raspberry Pi as a portable Pi server.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I get into the talk, I'd just like to take a minute to thank the organizers of the Ubuntu Summit for inviting me here. I'm new to the Ubuntu community, and it's been a blast. The past 3 days have been good. It's been good talking to many of you and sharing questionable Czech drinks after hours. So that's been good. I am a DevOps engineer. I work for a company called the Migas Group, and I've been involved in open source and open source communities for a while now. I was, for a long time, a core contributor to the Mozilla project. I used to work in QA, testing pre-release builds of Firefox. And during the days of Firefox OS, I led a translation team to translate Firefox OS into Ndebele, my native language. But unfortunately, the Firefox OS project died, and so I stopped contributing to Mozilla. Since then, I've learned to code in Python, and I support the Python communities in my area. So I'm a Python developer by profession, and I'm a member of the community, the Python community in Zimbabwe. So I'd like to talk to you today about some of the problems we face in my community in Zimbabwe, and tell you about a solution that I built to address some of the challenges. And then in order to understand how this solution works, I'll take a moment to explain how packaging works in the Python ecosystem, for any of you who may not be entirely familiar with Python. But yeah, let's get into the community. So this is a picture taken at the most recent Python conference we held in Zimbabwe. We have a small but booming community, very enthusiastic people, and many of them are here today. The Python language is gaining a lot of traction in the country and strong interest because of it's been taken up by academia. There are some university programs, cybersecurity programs being taught entirely in Python. And one of the largest supercomputers in Africa is in Zimbabwe. It runs open source software and Python. So the community is growing, and there's a lot of interest in that. And we also have community members who've taken positions of responsibility in different Python software foundations. Anna, who introduced me, is president of the Django Software Foundation. Django is a popular web framework written in Python. Where's Marlene? Marlene over there is a former director of the Python Software Foundation. So we have a very nice, vibrant community. But we have some problems. These problems are very difficult to solve, and you here in Europe may have the same problems. The first one is energy problems. Now, because of the changes in climate and the weather, we've been getting erratic rainfall over the past few years. And now Zimbabwe's biggest source of power is a hydroelectric power station. So because of the erratic rainfall and lack of maintenance over the years, power generation units go down frequently. So we have frequent blackouts. So that's the first problem. Second problem is, this is I think a problem that's an Africa-wide problem, is we have poorly developed internet infrastructure. Now Africa as a continent is connected to a number of undersea fiber cables, but Zimbabwe is landlocked and we don't have enough inland fiber network connections from these undersea cables. So because of that, internet access is expensive and not very reliable. We use microwaves, mobile, and very high latency, slow, expensive internet connections. And so whenever we have meetups like the one I showed you, the internet is almost always bad. Yeah, so that can't be helped. Now, this makes running workshops where attendees need to download packages live very difficult. Now, what we usually do is we have delegates download the software beforehand, but not everyone can do that. So I built a device that gives developers offline access to a resource they need, whether they have power or internet. And it's built on a Raspberry Pi. So I created a mirror of the Pi PI, I'll explain what that is, on a low-cost, low-power Raspberry Pi that allows you to serve Python packages and other content offline. So the Raspberry Pi lends itself very well to this task, as I'll show you. So let's take a moment to discuss how packaging in Python works in general for those of you who may not be familiar with the process. So this is a screenshot of the Python Package Index website, or PyPI. PyPI is the official third-party software repo or index for Python packages. So if you're a package author and you wanted to share a package with the community, you'd put it here. And the last time I checked, it had more than 400,000 packages. And the tool used to install packages from this index is pip. It's a package manager. Similar to apt, npm, gem, or winget in Windows. It is the de facto package manager for Python. It allows you to install and manage libraries and dependencies from PyPI. But the nice feature about it is it uses PyPI as its default source of packages, but it can be configured to install packages from other sources, local or remote. And then we can take advantage of this feature to install packages mirrored onto a device like this. So you can download, install, uninstall, build, manage. So that's what the pip help file, help man page looks like, help page looks like. All right, so let's suppose you wanted to install a package like requests. Requests is a popular HTTP library written in Python. So the command to install requests is pip install requests, right? So when you run that, pip will go to the pypi.org website, search for a package called requests, figure out what dependencies it has, collects them, and installs them. Now, this process is pretty simple, fast, and straightforward. And it works virtually all the time if you have internet access, right? So this is why we have to use a clone. Now, some people may ask, why do that if the process works, right? And some say, oh yeah, this is a solution for poor countries, but that's not entirely true. While it's true that if you have expensive or unreliable internet or poor or limited access to power, this would make sense. But it also makes sense for server admins who need to update or install software on servers that don't have internet connections for whatever reason. If you want to save bandwidth when installing or updating Python software on a network of computers, you could use an offline mirror like this, right? But at the end of the day, creating your own mirror means you always have access to the Python packages you need. All right, so let me walk you through the general steps to follow when creating a PyPI server. Now, the easiest way to create a mirror is just to simply download the packages locally and point pip to the folder that has them. That works, but if you want to share the files on a network, you need some setup. So first thing you need, Raspberry Pi. And for those who may not be familiar with what a Raspberry Pi is, it's a small computer the size of a bank card, and it's lightweight, affordable, it's portable, and runs on very little power. You can run this using a power bank. So once you have the Raspberry Pi, you install an OS on it, like Ubuntu, and then you mirror the Python packages onto it, create a wireless access point, so you turn it into a hotspot, install some software to manage DHCP, to IP address allocation, and then a web server to serve up the packages to connected clients. So the first there's a number of tools you can use to clone the packages. I use a tool called Mini Repo because, as you know, space is limited on this device. So Mini Repo allows you to download a selective clone of PyPI. You can configure it to specify exactly what type of packages you want. So you can limit your clone to, say, Python 3.10 packages or Python packages that run on ARM or something like that. So Mini Repo will clone PyPI packages for you onto the device. And then the second one is PyPI server. So PyPI server reads the files on the disk and indexes them. This makes it easy for pip to search through the files quickly. And then thirdly, I used Nginx. Nginx is a good production-grade web server that can handle a high load. It can cache requests, so that improves performance as well. Right? So to clone the content of PyPI, you install Mini Repo, pip install Mini Repo, configure it, and run it. Once you have that, you do the same, install PyPI server, run it and point it to the location where you downloaded the packages, and then you set up Nginx. Nginx is a little more complicated to set up. This is what an Nginx configuration would look like. The most important thing here is I created a cache so that when you install a package, next time you do, Nginx remembers where it found it, and it results in significant speed-ups. So Nginx, you set it up as a reverse proxy to PyPI server, and you can also give your server a DNS name. In this case, I called mine cheeseshop.com. Cheeseshop is the code name for PyPI server. So you add that to your local host file, and you can reference the server using any host name you need. So at this point, you've cloned the packages, you've set up an index using PyPI server, and you've set up a web server that will serve the content over HTTP. The next thing to do is to create a network. This will allow multiple clients to connect to the Raspberry Pi and then install packages from it. So we need two things, DNS software and DHCP software. These two pieces of software will turn the Raspberry Pi into a server, a network server, and I used these two software. Host ABT or Host APD is what you use to turn it into an access point. DNS mask handles the DNS and DHCP. So once those two are installed, you can configure them. So this is a typical config to make a wireless network. You specify the interface, then you give the network a name, set a password for it, and then once you've done that, the next is to give the interface a static IP. Since you're setting it up as a DHCP server, that's how you do it. So I gave this one a .1 address. And then the next step is to configure DHCP. This specifies which wireless adapter to use, the IP address it should listen on, and what IP address range you want to assign to connected devices. Now, I've never really tested this, but I think a Raspberry Pi can handle 30 connected devices or so. It could be more, I've never really tried it. So now you have a mirror, you have the web server, you have a network, right? So the next thing to do is to actually install packages from the offline server. And this is how you do it. You do it by adding a index URL flag to the pip install command. So it's pip install index URL package name. So if you were, say, installing Django, it would look something like this. Now, if you're doing this without an SSL cert, you need to add this trusted host flag. But this is what it would look like if you were installing Django from a device like this. Now, it's possible to, if you run this a lot, you can add the additional flags into a config file so that you don't always have to type in the additional index URL flag. So this approach to serving up packages is nothing new. I mean, it's software that's being, it's content that's being served by a web server. So it could be applied to more than just Python packages. You could use the same concept to create a local clone of apt, for Ubuntu packages. You could use it to create a clone of Wikipedia, Stack Overflow. Any content that can be served up over HTTP, you could do this. So I'm interested in talking to many of you about how this could be improved. If you have any ideas, I'm all ears. So yeah, do you have any questions? Oh, sorry, before you ask, if you're interested in this, I have an article that goes through all these steps at that website, bit.ly/pypi_inbox. There's a blog post I wrote about this.
Thank you very much. I've actually seen your PyPI in a box in action, so it really does work. And my use case is a bit different because I don't have the kind of problems you're trying to solve, either of security or lack of internet and so on, but I do a lot of work that involves repeatedly pulling stuff down from PyPI, and it just seems really wasteful that I'm going all the time over the internet to pull down this stuff. And if I could have something that cached them so that the 10th time I'm pulling them down, it's using the cached version for the last 9 times, that would be a bonus. And could I use...
Sorry, what was that? The last one?
Well,
yes,
could I
you
use
could.
this for
You could.
Yeah.
So what you could do is you could, if you wanted to, you could build this, or you could just clone PyPI onto your system, and then point pip to. You could add the default Python package index as a secondary installation source. So whenever you install packages, you install from a local mirror. And whenever it doesn't find the package, that's when it would go over the internet. So you could configure pip to do that.
Because I don't want to download the whole of PyPI unnecessarily, I only want to...
Okay. I'm not sure if there's an automated way to do, to cache the packages you need, but you could download the packages you know you definitely need and cache those manually, yeah.
Hey, thanks for the talk. Since I'm a network engineer, I could probably help you out with the problems you're facing about the URL you need to specify. You could redirect the DNS requests since you're the DNS and the DHCP in this network, you could simply redirect the requests to a local via Nginx, and then you don't need to specify the URL for accessing it. That would probably make it easier for your students to access it.
Definitely, yeah.
We catch up afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your talk. You think this solution can be also hosted in your local machine, or you are forced to host in under one? Because sometimes you cache your package, you download every time the same Python packages, and so it can be easier also traveling to already have locally this type of cache.
Yeah, you can host it on your local machine. I actually tested this on my local machine before I built this. Yeah.
Did you use it in real-life action at one of your conferences?
Yes.
How long does it last on a battery pack with providing internet and so on in practice?
This particular model of the Raspberry Pi is quite high-powered, so it really heavy on battery usage, but I'd say about 2 hours on a battery pack. And I've used it once or twice at a meetup. So I built this in 2019, and that thing that happened in 2020 that kept all of us at home happened. And so we haven't really had many meetups since then. But yeah, we've used it back home in Zimbabwe.
And thank you for your talk. And I know, what is your unexpected social impact for this development?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
What is the unexpected social impact for this
Social
development?
Impact?
Yeah, what is the unexpected?
So the problem I was trying to solve here is attendees coming to meetups not being able to install packages. So if we have something like this, it means they can install packages, they can learn, they can build stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Children or
Sorry?
for children or women, what is the impact?
Oh no, it's mostly just whoever comes to the events. Yeah.
Still have time for some more questions.
Follow up on that question about the social impact of this. And it's not directly about this, but you were asking about women and children and people outside the normal. Are those people visible in the Zimbabwean community? Do they come to your events? Is this affecting them? Is this making a difference to them?
Yeah, yeah. So interesting you should ask that, because most of the events, not specifically in Zimbabwe, but in Southern Africa, most of the Python events have more female attendees than male attendees. Like in the Python Namibia community, I remember one time they had a conference where there was a 50-50 split between men and women. So this generally does help. And people like Marlene, she runs a non-profit that helps young women get into Python. So I believe this would be useful to them, but we haven't really had a chance to use it in a meetup, but many of the people who do come for our Python events are women, so I believe yes, it would have an impact on them.
Hi there. Could this be productized enough that you could send just the box without yourself to an event and say, plug the box in and it will be all right?
It should be possible, because if we could write a build script to take care of the setup, then yeah.
Actually, I know a project from South America where they have it's a different kind of project, but they need access to health information, so doctors and nurses and stuff like this need this, and they don't have internet access everywhere, so they build up almost the same box, but with Wikipedia and stuff like this, so they can access medical records and medical information. So this is absolutely possible to build in front of, because I built it myself at home. So this would be actually possible to build and send it somewhere, I think. And I built it with a Raspberry Pi Zero, so it's low power and pretty easy to do.
I learned recently from the Zoran brothers. Oh, is that what you want to talk about now? Okay, okay, yeah. You go ahead.
Yeah, well, first of all, I wanted to mention with regards to the HCPS certificate, there's actually a project called MKCert that can provision local certificates, so it will work on the local network. So that can fix the whole issue with requiring the trusted host.
What's the product called?
MKCert.
Okay, okay.
I can tell you afterwards, after the talk. And then the other thing is, there's a few projects that can be run on the Raspberry Pi for providing content like Wikipedia, Khan Academy, TED Talks, and Stack Overflow. So there's Calibri, that's being worked on actually by the Endless OS team that's also at the conference. And then there's also Kiwix. That's another project that provides access for offline content.
I just wanted to add to that, one of the handy things about Calibri especially is that it can actually set up the web server by itself in a very simple and user-friendly manner. So even people who aren't technically proficient, if you just drop off like a Raspberry Pi or a computer with that content and with Calibri, they can easily set up the server, and then local computers or smartphones can connect to it to get all of that knowledge, whether it's Wikipedia or TED Talks or other content like that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll look into all those. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Visile, for that amazing talk. We are going to have a quick break, and the next talk starts at 12. Hey all. Our next talk comes from Josman and Lina. They are going to be talking about how Ubuntu has contributed to free software communities in Colombia.
Hello, everyone. Hello. How are you today? Fine. Okay. My name is Josman. I prepare a speech for you today. This conference name has how Ubuntu has contributed to free software community in Colombia. Yes. Okay. I'm from the country to the yellow butterflies. I'm from the country where you can taste one of the best coffees in the world. I am from, you can see the sea of the 7 colors and walk to the mountains that smell of fruits. I'm from where the people always smile. I am proudly Colombian, and today we come to tell our history. Ubuntu Colombia was born with an interest of several friends and free software enthusiasts to share CDs and floppy disk with the installers of the free operating systems. Since our connection to network was exclusively with telephone, since at the time, and due to social context in Colombia was difficult. Those are the problem. What began at developing country with very limited access to the internet in the 2000s. So at time, not only were we passing installers around for free to get people excited about the free software, but we thought which other what discovered translate when material arrived from other countries. I am from public university, and for those of us we studied, there is important to share and create freely to reduce the digital divide. It has happened in Colombia in the last 20 years. In the 2005 arrives the first Ubuntu Colombian community is created, and a year later as verified as local team, and that how does adventure that you brought was begin for you. No problem. No problem. In this slide have some. No problem. Thank you. She is Lina Porras. She is Ubuntu Community Council, Ubuntu Colombia member, National Coordinator of Free Sol in Colombia, member of Charisma Foundation Board. She is medical and engineer. And Ubuntu Colombia member since 2010. And I, Josman Lizarazo, Ubuntu Colombia Local Council, leader of Lisol Bogotá, member of Charisma Foundation, AWS Engineer Certificate, and sysadmin engineer. Bueno. Do you remember the song? What remember? Okay. In the past, in Colombia, the internet connection was very, very slow. Few people have access to internet, and this cat existing this time is very, very difficult. The secret of Canonical and the idea to market to work is distribute the free software, the free CDs for people in the world. This is the secret to Ubuntu, and Ubuntu Colombia says thanks Mark for this idea. Other package, no. Other thing of help to distribute Ubuntu in Colombia is the conference pack. The conference pack is t-shirts, CDs, and other items for the people. In November 25, 2005, Ubuntu Colombia is born. In 2006, Ubuntu Colombian community is verified. And this is the history of Ubuntu Colombia 2005, 2011 year. In these photos, you can see activities of conference, workshops, and support in person. This is the most important to connect with the people. Yes? Continue.
Hello. Well, continue with the story of Ubuntu Colombia. We want to share with you a story of an event that we do in Latin America, which is called FLISOL. FLISOL is the Latin American Install Fest, and is doing this festival occurs across Latin America and also occurs in Spain and sometimes in Germany. The purpose of the festival is to install free software, and that's it. But through the years, as you saw before it was difficult to install free software. You need CDs, diskettes, all of that stuff. But now it's more it's easier to install software, free software and open source software. So the purpose of the festival has opened more, and now we do more things in order to make advocacy related to open source and free software tools. So this festival was also created in 2005 as the community. So we have like a parallel story. So that's the reason why we are going to mention the festival. The festival is made in more than 290 cities across Latin America, and that's the reason why it's so important. We are changing from the past to a more recent era, 2012. You can see Josman and me there, and we were participating in Install Fest and also Software Freedom Day. That was also an event that we were focused on back in the days. And also in the Install Fest occur beautiful things. You can see, I don't know if my mouse, you can see here, for that time in 2012, the mayor of the city came to the opening of the Install Fest, and he now is the president of Colombia. For us, it was so important, and I'm going to tell you later other things that are important related to the festival. Also, in this picture, you can see Mark Schutelberg when he has hair, he had hair, and with one member of the Ubuntu Community Council in Colombia. And that was important for us because it was inspiring. And that's make the difference. That's the reason why communities are important. They can inspire each other, and they can inspire more people. And this is a picture that we want to make many times, but because we want to contribute and keep contributing with Ubuntu, but also with our community, with the humans that made our community. You can see here more pictures. This is not in a, it's dark, but this picture is special because we collaborate with the government, with the local government, and we make some workshops in 2012 talking about free software and Linux. In 2013, we start to participate more active in the Install Fest, and you can see here the art, and also here you can see our logo. We were like the leaders of this Install Fest in that edition, and you can see the stand that we create for that time. We still had CDs at that time. Now we don't use that anymore, but at that time it was important, and we prepared this stand for people to come. And later I'm going to tell you why that is important. In 2014, the festival and our stand especially was growing. You can see that we are more complex with more things here, but also when we talk about community, as I told you before, we talk about humans. And there is an important story that I want to share with you related. This guy that is there is Brian. Brian at that time was underage. He was like, I guess, 16 years old, and he came to the community to be part of Ubuntu Colombia community. And nowadays, after the process that he made with people from the community, there was a man that has a company. He offered a job because Brian was so smart. So he started learning a lot of things, and today he studied as an engineer, and he is working in one of the most important companies of software in Latam, which is Glowant. So it's a story of success that was built, that started at the community. And that's the reason why for us it's important to share with you that, because it's not just about the software, it's more than that. Here, there is also pictures of the UbuCon LA in 2015 that was in Cartagena in Colombia. It's a beautiful place to visit if you want to come. And after, we participate in more Install Fest because it's a huge event in Colombia, especially in Bogota, where we are from. And this event was important because at that time in 2017, we also start to make more impact in people. We start to make some courses for people. You can see here the Krita art, because it was not just about Ubuntu. We start creating courses for like art. Krita painting is a software for painting, for digital painting. It's beautiful. And we made some workshops to teach the people about this. So we start like to open more our influence in the city, because this was in Bogota. 2018 is the most important day that we want to share with you, because by that time we were leading with Josman the Install Fest that I talked previously. And I want to ask you, maybe someone of you can imagine how many people does the festival reach by that year? Any number? Any ideas? No, just in Bogota. 800, okay, let's see the answer. The festival in Bogota, which is the main city in my country, reached by 2018 almost 5,000 people. That's the reason why it's important for us to tell you how this impacts people and how we as a community are involved in the organization of the festival. Because it's not just for 100 people, it's not just for 50 people, it's thousands of people that each year come to the festival to know about free software and open source. And nowadays, we don't talk just about open source and software, but we talk about IoT, we talk about free culture, we talk about government relations with the citizens, and how the government and the state has to respect the freedoms of the people. But also, here, I want to tell you other thing that we did at that time, and we are trying to make it again for the next year, is the Flisol Kids. Flisol is the name of the Stalfest. We create spaces for kids to push them to learn Scratch. You can see there the logo. That's important because the community is not about just people that are above 18 years. It's for everyone. And including the kids is important also for us. You can see the pictures of some kids there. I can see the mouse is there. And at that time, we also make a huge achievement. We make a first dinner to connect with more of the communities, because the Stalfest is promoted now by Ubuntu Colombia team, but also is organized with other communities in the city. We have, at that time, the visit of Nuritsi. She was from Genome Board. She visited us. It was the first international visit that we have in some time, so it was important for us. And that was possible with the sponsorship, of the packs, the canonical packs, also the financial sponsorship that they bring to us. Why we do all this work? 5,000 people in one place once in a year. The reason why we do this is because communities are places for human beings. And it's the space to share, to make friends. It's more than Ubuntu, it's more than software, it's a space to learn, to grow, and to build networks. That's important for us. And, well, this is important in 2019, something beautiful happened because we were using a government facility, and that had a lot of bureaucracy. And we changed, and we had the opportunity to make the festival in the public university of the city. That was really, really nice. You can see that we made a cake because it was the 15th anniversary of the festival. And it was really nice to be very welcome at the university. And from that year, or since that year, more universities started to look at us as a community in order to make the festival and impact people. However, well, here we have some talks, and here we have Sergio from Canonical visited us that year. Yep.
Sergio is the person of Snapcraft.
Yeah, from Snapcraft, yeah. He visited us at that time, but 2020 came, and the pandemic of course, it was a difficult time, and we were ready to make a bigger festival, and we could not, it was not possible because everything was closed. The festival occurs each fourth Saturday of April, so for that time, it was not possible to do it again. We went virtual, and we started to make more virtual initiatives like this. This was an initiative that, like Café Flisol, here. We make a coffee each month to talk about free and open source software. And we also talk about COVID because, that was difficult times. We couldn't make the festival as we want to. And in 2021, again, we couldn't do the festival as we want to because everything was closed by that time. However, the festival occurs by virtual means, and it was interesting because at that time, we weren't reaching just Bogota people from worldwide. And we also had speakers from worldwide, like the director of the LPI Institute. And now, in the present, 2022, the festival transformed in a hybrid mode festival, virtual and in person. And well, it's difficult restart everything after the pandemic because people change, everything changed. Sometimes people prefer to stay at home and watch the conferences at home. But we have a small success, but yeah, it's a success. It's not 5,000 people, but it was almost 1,000 people that came to the festival. And we start to reunite the communities that had helped us before to make the festival a reality. And we are starting again as a local community. We are starting to reunite again. This is a picture of June, I guess, when we went to eat, because it's not just about software, it's about humans, and that's important for us. So we went to eat and to share and see what can we do, because there is like some pandemic inertia that we have to overcome, right? And what's next for the community in Colombia? For us, humans are the most important thing. After, impact more people and spread the Ubuntu voice, and grow and strengthen the community and reduce the pandemic inertia that we feel. It's difficult now to meet people in person, to do activities, because the pandemic is like gave us or leave some no good things. And also, it is important for us to increase diversity. In contrast to what the previous speaker told, we have just few women in the team. We are just like 3, and most of the members are men. So it is important for us to reduce the gender gap. That is a problem that we have in Latin America. There is a huge gender gap. There is few women in STEM, so it is important for us to work on that. And we hope to do that. We hope to achieve those things, those objectives, by continue to be an active community, and of course, using the resources that Canonical gives to the communities. So that's what we want to share today, and you can follow our social media with the QRs that are there. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, you are welcome.
Hi there, thank you. You mentioned Cartagena and Bogota. I imagine Medellin also has FreeSol.
Yes, Medellin also has FreeSol. In fact, this year we shared the local package. We asked for the package, and we share material. We send material to them, and they gave me this T-shirt. This T-shirt is from Medellin Festival of this year. It was a success. They didn't made a streaming festival. It was in person, and they had the support of our university. The universities are so important for communities. If any of you are living in a community, universities are really important and facilitates things in a wow way. It's super smart to count on universities. Are really good.
But my question was going to be, do you also reach smaller places, Pitalito, Neiva, Leticia? Do you reach the rest of the country?
In previous years, yes. When the pandemic came, virtually we have speakers from Popayán, which is another city of Colombia. We have speakers from different places when we went virtually because of the pandemic. When we are on presence without the pandemic thing, we are restarting everything. Now we are in the main cities such as Medellin, Ibagué, Bogotá, but the smallest Cali, but the smallest places. Nowadays, after the pandemic, there is not so much activity.
Hi, I thought that was a great talk. I just wanted to ask, in your community, who usually comes to your meetups? Is it mainly beginners or students, or is it mainly developers that have come before? Or?
It's open. We have activities that are for very, very beginners, because we think that it's important to include everyone, Ubuntu for everyone. And other topics also for everyone, like Krita. The Krita course that I talk about was from beginners. People start learning how to paint in digital paint. I'm not good at that, but I was coordinating the activity, and it was really nice. We also made a LaTeX workshop. It was a course, it's on YouTube. It's like sessions, 9 webinars, to learn LaTeX, to write papers, and that was focused on universities. So it depends on what is about the course and the people that want to teach. If you want to teach, you are welcome in the community, and everything is open for everyone.
Thank you.
Nope.
Unfortunately, we are out of time.
Okay. I will ask outside. Don't worry.
Thank you, Lena and Josman, for your talk. We are going to take a quick break, and the next talk starts at 12:30. Hey all. Our next talk comes from Tim Howard, and he will be talking about our journey from Ubuntu Server to Ubuntu Core.
Hello. Yeah, so this is about my company, Everactive, and our journey from Ubuntu Server to Ubuntu Core. Yeah, so I just want to say a quick thank you to Canonical for sponsoring me for the talk, otherwise I wouldn't be here, and Everactive for giving me the time to work on it and to travel to the summit. And it's also important that you know all opinions here expressed are my own. Yeah, so I'm Tim Howard. I'm a senior staff engineer with Everactive. I've been there since January of 2018. I've worked there both as a Linux device engineer, a front-end and back-end engineer. I've been in professional software development for over 15 years, and I've used Ubuntu since the first release. You may also know me on the Snapcraft forums as Future Tim. I wish I could say that no devices were harmed in the making, but that's not true. Thankfully, this is actually not related to running Ubuntu Core, but it is one of our devices that I fried. So if you want to know more about that, you can ask me later. What if I could tell you, though, that I knew what the perfect solution was for how to get your device to market, and it satisfied all your needs? Well, we all know I can't do that. But what I can do is tell you what I think is categorically the fastest way to get your device to market, and currently the best way to get a device to market that stays up to date automatically with very little intervention. And when it does require intervention, it's fairly easy to handle. And this is based on 2 years of development experience with Ubuntu Core and almost a year of deployed experience of devices. So our agenda today is to talk a little bit about where we started, what we did to evaluate some other solutions, or at least some things we considered, some of the features that led us to Ubuntu Core, which if you've been in some of the other presentations related to Snaps or Ubuntu Core, they're going to sound very familiar, followed by some of the challenges or shortcomings related to Ubuntu Core and development around Ubuntu Core, the evolution of what we ended up calling device management service, and some final thoughts and questions and answers if there's time and there are questions. Yeah, so here's a couple of pictures from some testing we were doing with some of our devices. These devices were pre-Ubuntu Core. I was testing them in a hotel in Times Square. We were sort of characterizing the performance of the LTE modem that we were using. Turns out that Times Square is a very noisy environment from an RF perspective, as you can imagine. So that provided some good testing. So when I joined Everactive in January 2018, Everactive is a startup focused on wireless and batteryless sensors. We were sort of just starting to deploy our gateways after some development. Our cloud strategy at the time was nascent, so the gateway was going to be asked to do a lot of sort of nebulous roles that we ended up discarding. At the time, we were using an x86-based box made by Dell. It's the Model 3001. So our primary gateway engineering team at the time, after I was hired, was 2 total. We mostly had, or almost exclusively had, engineering experience with classic Ubuntu, and so we were basing our distribution, our device on Ubuntu Server. Interestingly, though, the Dell 3001 at that time shipped, I believe by default, with Ubuntu Core 16. But instead, we were using a server image provided by Dell which was 1604. So at the time when I got hired, I had some basic knowledge around snaps just because I follow Linux development quite closely, so I at least knew they existed. So I took on the task of trying to snap our application stack. And so like I said, that was in 2018 when I got hired. I had some success doing that, but if you're familiar with snaps, you know there's a difference between confined snaps and unconfined snaps, running them under Ubuntu core, running them on classic systems. And so it was kind of just too radical of a change at that time, and so we didn't pursue it further. We were also using something called SaltStack for our fleet management, which we weren't really sure how that was going to fit in with deploying Ubuntu core, and so that was another part of the transition problem that we didn't really have an answer for at that time. Eventually we did, though, engage with Canonical in 2020, in September 2020 for Ubuntu core, and at that time we had 650 gateways in the field running 1604, server 1604, sorry. So at that time, with a very small engineering team and a very small organization overall, especially considering what we, the scope of the things that we did. We had engineers actually taping out processors, all the way up to building an end-to-end cloud stack, as well as deploying all of these devices in the field. And at that time, I don't remember exactly, we were probably 50 or 60 employees. And so as you can imagine, trying to both develop applications for that device as well as managing and maintaining them was quite a burden. And so we were having trouble managing all of the updates, both for our applications and for the OS on those devices. A big pain point at that time was how we were delivering our applications. Essentially, we had two methods. We could either flash a device from scratch, like essentially a factory image, or we would deliver a tar archive remotely via SaltStack and essentially extract that on the device. And so as you can imagine, it was a workable solution, but it could lead to a lot of errors, a lot of problems, human errors. With SaltStack, you can directly manipulate files on the device, so occasionally we would have a device that had been manipulated previously, so when you extracted the application tar, things went wrong. The way we generated our production image at that time was essentially we had a reference device that had Ubuntu Server installed on it. We would set it up the way we wanted it, and then we would clone that, and that would be our production image. And again, you can see how that would be prone to a lot of human error. At that time, right around September of 2020, we were in the early stages of developing our next generation hardware platform called Apex for the gateways. So that meant we were going to soon be managing both the Dell 3001 and our new custom hardware. So we would need an OS for it. We would need a way to run the application stack that we had on it. And then we would have to, again, manage, maintain, update, and simultaneously develop our growing application stack for both targets. Lucky for us, we grew our engineering team by 50%. We added one person. So how did we get to Ubuntu Core? And what else did we look at? Well, so we knew that we wanted as full a control of our devices as possible. We didn't want anyone really in between us and the direct hardware. And preferably whatever we settled on would have a full fleet management solution. Unfortunately, Ubuntu Core doesn't have that, at least not technically. We'll see in a second why that's not quite true. But we tried to consider every possible solution, all the way from, you know, building the OS from scratch, building out the infrastructure to deliver our applications and update them, to things like using Mender, if you're familiar with that. It's sort of in this space of, it offers an A/B boot so that if you fail an update, it can roll back. It delivers updates to your devices and your applications, but it itself is not an OS. So we talked about building our OS on, or building the OS for our device based on FreeBSD. We considered Resin.io, which I think is Balena Cloud now. So we tried to consider everything. And as I said, at the time we were only 3 people, so there were things that were immediately infeasible, like building it from scratch, but we wanted to make sure we at least considered all the options. So this is I believe this is a picture of me holding the first prototype of our Apex device, and it's booting Ubuntu Core. I think that was the first time it had ever booted Ubuntu Core. Yeah, again, so if you've been in any other sessions, all of these features are going to sound really familiar. We liked that the whole system was going to be snap-based, so from the kernel, the gadget, the applications, and it meant that the whole system from end to end had transactional updates. With Ubuntu Core, you also get nice fallback behavior, both for your applications and the kernel if things go wrong. We also liked, we haven't used it a ton, but we did like at the time that you could build snaps for both classic and Ubuntu Core systems. A lot of the devs at the time were running Ubuntu, so we liked the idea that you could build a snap for those classic systems as well. If you've ever built Ubuntu Core as a production device, it's unfortunate that the store won't allow you to deliver your snaps to classic systems. There's no way to enroll those or register them. But you could always build them on the side and install them that way. And again, so we were in the midst of rolling out, or at least starting to build our next generation hardware platform, Apex, and so the idea that we could build this snap for both targets, but it was one snap, was really appealing. Yeah, and so with our engagement with Canonical through Smart Start and later board enablement for our new hardware, we knew that kernel updates and OS updates were going to be tested by Canonical on our hardware as they were happening. So we were relieved of that burden. We also liked that if you built a snap, you pushed it to one place, and then depending on, of course, your schedule and what you wanted out of your devices, it could be delivered to both devices simultaneously with no effort from you other than pushing it to the store. And at the time, our applications, like I said, just ran on an Ubuntu server. We just extracted files directly on the file system, and you could have a dirty file system and things could go wrong. So when thinking about the architecture we wanted for our next generation of system, the idea of separating out all of our applications into individual snaps was really appealing because it forced us to do those things. And like I said, when we were building our applications, we knew that there were going to be some things for both targets that were different. But so we could extract a subset of the applications that made sense for both targets and share those across. It's the same exact snap on both targets. And then additionally, we could build a very small subset of snaps that might apply to one target or the other. So some of the additional features at the time that were either already available for Core or were on their way were over-the-air updates, secure boot, full disk encryption, which I think came later in Ubuntu Core 20, but that's what we're running on the Apex device. There's a built-in recovery mode. Additionally, initially we didn't realize this was going to be a capability, but we ended up having a partner that wanted to white label our device, And so we were able to offer them a sub-account brand store so that their device had only the snaps that we provided, either shared in common or customized for their device. So what were some of the challenges? Not all of these are directly related to Ubuntu Core, but they might be Ubuntu Core and related development. So there's a lot of things to really like about Ubuntu Core, but as they say, nothing's perfect. And if someone tells you that, they're lying to you. So firstly, one of the downsides is that running Ubuntu Core in production on custom hardware does require a brand store, and to have private snaps, you need a brand store. At least to run a device in this context, like having private snaps, having custom hardware, you need a brand store. And while Snapd and the associated parts are open source, it's tied to a specific store and a specific authority, and there's no way to add alternatives. So, not that you would necessarily want to run your own store, but if you did, you don't really have the option besides patching Snapd and running a custom Snapd, which is not totally unreasonable. But and so the store is not open source, and it's not just a philosophical question about whether the store should be open source or not, it's that it also prevents a lot of self-service. So in the development of our Ubuntu Core devices and applications, I answered a lot of questions for myself and the team just by reading Snapd source code, which is awesome. And if you haven't looked at the testing that goes into Snapd using Spread, you should definitely check that out because it's quite thorough. And so the store being a black box both prevents you from self-service, but it also prevents you from from knowing exactly what's going on or how some of those pieces fit together once you're off device. So, you know, the device makes a lot of requests to the store, but things happen behind the curtains in the store, and you don't really know some of those things that are going on. Also, for practical purposes, like I said, to have Ubuntu Core on custom hardware, you need intervention from Canonical. You essentially either need to engage their engineering team to do board enablement. Actually, I think that's the only way you can get it on custom hardware. And so your only other options for Ubuntu Core are to use existing target and the global public store. And so if those two things work for you, then Ubuntu Core is already a great choice. And the other thing about those limitations are that the community around Ubuntu Core in this context, running a production device, using a brand store, is almost non-existent. And so, you know, one of the great things about running Ubuntu or using Ubuntu over the years is the community, and you lack that in this context. Again, if you're running Ubuntu Core on an existing target, using the global store, then there's a lot of people out there that can help you. Or just building a snap, there's a lot of people that can help you. But if you're running a production device in this specific context, there's not very many people that can help you. So one of the things as well that's sort of difficult when you're transitioning from a classic Ubuntu server or a classic Ubuntu system, which is not necessarily a negative, I think it's a net positive, but it does cause a lot of pain, is that all of the existing solutions that work on Ubuntu servers, say third parties for managing the device or monitoring the device, likely won't work. And if they work, they almost certainly won't work out of the box without modifications or heavy configuration. There's also no upgrade path from a classic system to a core system. Essentially, it requires a truck roll. So you have to put your hands on that machine to get core on it. The tooling for building snaps and running an Ubuntu core system, interacting with an Ubuntu core system, and developing for an Ubuntu core system need to improve a lot. They've improved a lot since the day we started, which was 2 years ago, but I think there's still a lot of work that could be done to help developers and make it easy. One of the downsides as well is that, and I understand from an earlier session we might be getting some relief in this area, but if you're developing with snaps, there's almost certainly a case where you will come in one day, a snap will have updated, and it will have broken your workflow. It's quite frustrating when you're under a deadline and have something to deliver, and now you have to fix your tools because they auto-updated. And you have no way to permanently hold, at least currently, permanently hold a specific version of a snap. It got so frustrating at some point I was using microcates, which is a fantastic distribution of Kubernetes in a snap version, but I eventually abandoned it because 2 or 3 times I would come in, it had auto-updated and had broken my Kubernetes setup. And I mention all of this, and you might ask yourself, why bother mentioning it? We engage canonical engineering. That's what they do. It's reasonable for a software company to want to get paid for the software they're designing and developing. But I've always been a firm believer that traction for products and market penetration is driven a lot by what an engineer can do at home or what an engineer can do with his community. And so if Ubuntu Core as a sort of private device on custom hardware is not readily available to an engineer at his house or for the communities he's in, he or she or they are in, then that's a limitation. And it's also a shame because I think Ubuntu Core is a fantastic evolution of the Linux system. It also lacks that idea of building software together as a community. So I'm running pretty low on time, I think. So I'll try to run through this really quickly. This is the evolution of what we ended up calling the device management services. Earlier I was talking about Ubuntu Core not having fleet management. That was sort of true and sort of not true. There was an open source project that Canonical had started a while back. It was a collection of services. I am not entirely sure of the story. I think they ended up not wanting to continue developing it, but left it available as an open source example of how you might build fleet management for Ubuntu Core devices. So we took it on and forked it. We eventually ended up consolidating all 3 services into one. Sorry about that. Yeah, so there it is at the bottom. So it's available on Everactive's organization page on GitHub. We ended up calling it DMS Core, which is all of the back-end services, and DMS Front, which is the front-end part. It used to exist as a collection of services called IoT Management, IoT Identity, and IoT Device Twin. If you're looking for the original source code, that's what it would be called. So it works by having an agent on the device that communicates with this service. Yeah, and so quickly, there are just some things that you would expect from the fleet management. You can change versions of snaps, you can change the tracks they're on, you can update them, you can set configuration for those snaps. All of that existed before we started working on it. Since then, we've added the ability to auto-register devices based on the signed key ID that's in your assertions. Assertions is sort of a way that the store delivers updates to your device and makes sure that they're permitted to do that. Assertions essentially are the verification of all sorts of aspects of Ubuntu Core. Probably too much to delve into here. We also started building a NATS-based SnapD API for our devices, since all of our applications talk over NATS. So NATS provided a way to have reasonable authentication and authorization, which is something you want, because if something has SnapD control, that application owns your device. We added some Terraform deployment configuration, Golang migrate for the databases. And so where are we at today? Let's see. Yeah, so we're currently shipping in production Ubuntu Core on both devices, the Dell 3001 and the Apex device. Our team is unfortunately back down to 2. However, we do have a dedicated network operations engineer who is fantastic. So he's responsible for sort of managing the health of our fleet. He uses device management service all the time. And we have approximately 340 gateways, not including partner gateways, running Ubuntu Core. So quickly, final thoughts. You know, in my mind, there's no way we could have gotten our devices to market as capably as we did with such a small team without Ubuntu Core and Canonical Engineering Services. For that, we are definitely very grateful. And it prevented our team from having to reinvent and re-implement the figurative will. Any questions? No time?
Yes, no time, unfortunately.
Okay. Well,
thank you, Tim, for your talk.
can I just say real quick? If you do have any questions, I'm happy to talk about it to anyone. Thanks.
Thank you. We've reached time for our lunch break. The next talk starts at 2. Lunch is at the lobby level restaurant. Follow the signs and make sure you bring your badge. Thank you.
Hello. Welcome. So, we are all here now to hear Mathieu Clemenceau and Lucas talking us about Ubuntu on RISC-V, the state of things. So, please start.
Okay. And where's the clicker? That's it? Hope so. All right. Hello, everyone. Mathieu Clemenceau, Engineering Director at Canonical for the Foundation team. With me on stage, Lukasz from the Foundation team as well, Engineering Manager. And today we'll give you an update on the state of things for RISC-V on Ubuntu. Briefly introduction about what the Foundation team does. We are responsible for a large section of the packages in main, including toolchain, base packages, OpenSSL, libc, but also enablement of architecture like Raspberry Pi, ARM, or RISC-V. And I will give you an update on that today. As a side note, for those of you who've seen the ARM presentation from Robbie yesterday, there is an interesting parallel. It was very interesting to see how Robbie, many years ago, tackled the same challenges to enable ARM on Ubuntu. And here we are today tackling a new architecture. So if you've seen the presentation, recommend, if you not, recommend you watch it. But if you did, you will see some parallel. So first, have you heard of RISC-V? It's been fairly all over the news lately. RISC-V architecture has been designed in 2010, and there's been a lot of interest in the tech industry. Even interest from vendors that have their own architecture, like Intel has recently started partnership to produce RISC-V boards. And as you can see, RISC-V is on a projected exponential growth in the market. Today, you can find RISC-V in a lot of microcontroller. There's actually a lot of, it's more likely that your NVMe drive is using a RISC-V controller today. But it can also be found in the core for GPU. There is billions of use cases for RISC-V today. So what's up with RISC-V? What's so much interest? Well, it's because RISC-V, it's all about a new business model. Today, if you want to do an x86, only Intel and AMD can do x86 architecture. For ARM, it's a different business model. As Robbie explained yesterday, ARM is about selling IP. So either ARM sell their own design, or they can license their technology for others to provide their own design. But there is a lot of constraint as far as what feature you can use, what instruction you can use. For RISC-V, which was created University of California, it stands for complete openness. You can design your core with no IP, with no licenses, but you can also use the instruction set you want and the feature you want. And the design of the RISC-V architecture is managed by the RISC-V International, which is a company based in Switzerland, and they organized awareness, connect business partners around it. And part of this openness of RISC-V International is that the membership is free. Anyone can join RISC-V International. So here we are at Ubuntu Summit, so we really care about the hardware that can actually run Ubuntu. So what are the available hardware today that would be capable of this? So, but first, what does it take for hardware to be acceptable? Oh, okay. So what are we looking for? Because there is a lot of various hardware. So we're looking for hardware that have scheduled availability, that we can plan around or release. But we're also looking for hardware that have reasonable pricing, because we want Ubuntu to be the best OS to develop on RISC-V. We're targeting developers, so the more affordable the board, the more likely they will be targeted by developer. We're also looking for strong upstream activity from those vendors. We we want as much as possible to use mainline kernel, and some vendors do a much better job than others to upload their patch. In some case, we'll have to manage some delta for a little bit. So this is also something we look into. Especially we as a vendor, we work with what's your upstreaming trust strategy, and we help sometimes close those gaps. So what hardware have we been working with or are available today? So in the top left corner, you can see the Sci5 Unleashed board that was created in 2018. That board was the first RISC-V board that was able to run a full Linux distribution, and that's really when all the distro got really interested in RISC-V. It is unfortunately discontinued now, but Sci5 came up with the Unmatch in 2021, which is a bigger format. It actually comes with the ITX form factor, so you can plug a GPU card on it, and you can plug an NVMe drive. Another board that we found interesting is the microchip PolarFire. It's mainly for FPGA development, but what's interesting with that board is that it has a 10 years life cycle. So again, that board will be there for a long time, and it's more likely to be targeted by a developer. And what we've seen recently in 2021 is a lot of new platforms are coming in at much better pricing, much better form factors. For example, we've seen the all-winner chips, the all-winner Menetza, the Litchi RV, which is about $30, the size of a Pi Zero. So we're getting into a very interesting territory for developers to experience with RISC-V. So where does Ubuntu fit in all this? So for us, for Canonical, RISC-V is a first-class architecture for Ubuntu. And we've started invested in this architecture before I joined Canonical, probably in 2017, 2018. And we want to drive parity between, what does it mean first class? Is that we want parity between AMD 64, ARM 64, and RISC-V in terms of functionality and feature. And to get to this parity, it takes a lot of effort. And I'm going to cover what we've done, the various deliverables, but to understand what it means for Ubuntu to support RISC-V, it's not simply having a kernel that supports RISC-V or having a few packages. It's the entire base of the OS. What we call a port for Ubuntu is getting, obviously, the kernel, the base libc, glibc, the toolchain, but also entire infrastructure of Launchpad, so we can build all the packages that makes Ubuntu. And we started that port in 2018, and we've had made a lot of progress. So as far as images, we started in 2004, and we've published image to support the Unleashed and the Unmatched platform from Sci5 I was just talking about. But we also provided QEMU RISC-V images. For 2204, we continued support for Unmatched, and we introduced two new platforms, the NESA, as well as the Star5 Vision 5. And Star5 is using Sci5 core, but they're based out of China. And more recently, so for the last release, for Kinetic, we introduced a new platform, the Litchi RV. So again, a very interesting platform, $30, very small. And we keep supporting the other platform as well. But it's not only about providing images. We also work with our PR marketing team to expand our download page. So if you go on ubuntu.com/download, you will see that there is a new RISC-V link. And if you go there, you'll see beautiful pictures and description of the various images we support, various platforms, excuse me. But also you can see at the top, in addition to this platform, we also support the live installer. And the explanation is that most images we do for RISC-V today are pre-installed. So you put them on the SD card, you press, and you have Ubuntu up and running. But we wanted to provide live installer in order to achieve this parity with AMD 64. So live installer is what we call internally subiquity, which is a server installer, so you can get a full interactive installation on RISC-V. So parity in the archive, today we have, as you know, main and universe pockets with thousands of packages. And to date, we have about 93% covered with RISC-V compared to MD64. So there's still some work to do, but that number, that gap is getting reduced and reduced over time. Now, for developers, some of those packages are more important than others, in particular, toolchain. So all these toolchain are today supported on Ubuntu for RISC-V. Python, PenGDK, Node.js, Go, and C, C++. One of the toolchain missing today is .NET, but to be fair, it's just been added to the archive. We've worked with Microsoft and at .NET 6 last cycle. So it's going to take a while to get to RISC-V. Now for developer, important tools that we made sure have RISC-V support are QEMU, Docker, and LXD, which the container technologies. And one important of canonical technologies, Snap, is also supported on RISC-V. And Snapcraft today support RISC-V packages. The only caveat is that you have to build your Snap yourself and upload it. So to build it yourself, you need a RISC-V board, or you can use a QEMU image we release as well to build your own RISC-V Snap and upload it. Down the road, of course, we will want Launchpad to have full building capabilities so that, like every other architecture, you just publish your Snap, snapcraft.yml, and it gets built on all architecture. But we also have desktop working on RISC-V. So we don't have a product today to sell to provide the desktop image. We don't have an image we provide with desktop, but we made sure it works. So I think to get to that result, you just need to install the server image and do apt install Ubuntu desktop, and that it works. What's interesting with something as simple like that is when we did that to fix all the dependencies to make it to work, so just as a proof of concept. But if someone wants to try it with QEMU or as an unmatched board, this is something fully functional today. We've also spent some time spreading the word. We've done a lot of events to continue reaffirm Ubuntu's committed to RISC-V. We have been to the RISC-V International Session last year in California in December. Here there's some picture from the RISC-V event at Embedded World, where we manned the booth. We discussed about Ubuntu on RISC-V. We showed some demo about Ubuntu Core proof of concept on RISC-V. And we made multiple talks, and I think in a few months, in December, we will be in San Jose again at the RISC-V International event. So what's next? So first, for Ubuntu, there is still some gap we need to close in our ecosystem, in our software. In particular, Ubuntu Core. Today, we made some proof of concept, but it's not productized, so we want to do that. We want parity with all our supported snaps, so like we would love to be able to mass deploy on RISC-V. We would love to have all the canonical snap supported with RISC-V, and something else important is that we would love to have full Launchpad support for RISC-V, and today there is some limitations there, and mostly because of the lack of server-grade hardware for RISC-V. And we will continue to work with a lot of partners and identify new hardware and continue supporting them. But what's next for RISC-V? RISC-V is still a fairly young architecture. There's still some work to do as far as specification. There is no specification today for a secure world, what you would have on ARM, no equivalent, so you don't have, we cannot do secure boot on RISC-V today. There is an approved specification for hypervisor by the RISC-V International, but no hardware today implements that specification. So that's hardware virtualization is not available. And as I said earlier, we don't have any server-grade hardware which really meets our ability to build RISC-V at scale with a Launchpad. But we are confident that hopefully those will be resolved in the next 2 years. And if you're interested in Ubuntu and RISC-V, if you have questions, there is a few resources you can reach. So first, ubuntu.com, wiki.ubuntu.com/RISC-V will give you detailed instruction on how to enable any of the image and board I talked about today. Of course, ubuntu.com/download/RISC-V will give you access to those images. And finally, if you want to reach the development team, the RISC-V enthusiasts, we are on Libera on Ubuntu RISC-V, -RISC-V, and we also on Discourse under Foundation. And I went a lot faster than I thought.
Thank you, Mathieu. Now that it's quite hard to get hold of Raspberry Pis, how viable is it for me to maybe buy one of those little boards and try a 1-for-1 swap with a Raspberry Pi? I'm interested in hardware, GPIO, and so on.
Sure. I think on AliExpress, you should be able to buy a Litchi RV today. You're not going to find those at Micro Center like the Raspberry Pis. They're not as available, but using the right website, you should be able to get some, yeah.
And a couple of the boards you showed seem to have exactly the same form factor as a Raspberry Pi,
Correct.
even with the pin headers in the same place. Are they the same pins, or are they completely different?
I don't know, but I doubt it would be the same. But yeah.
So you said that you can only build RISC-V yourself. If you ask Colin really nicely, he can enable a PPA or a snap build for you. But because, as you said, we don't have hardware, it's all virtualized, you have to ask per PPA, but still, it's possible. AskUbuntu.com is where you should be asking.
I couldn't hear anything. I'm sorry. We need to turn this.
With regards to the tool chains, you had Python, C, etc., and you said .NET was one that was missing. What about Rust?
It's a good question. I would have to double check. I think it's good. Okay, so Dimitri is saying we're good with Rust. I think it was just a miss on the slide. Yep, we're good. And Savik, I couldn't hear your comments. Were you talking about PPA? Okay, so yes, there is, and I think what you said is there is possibility to create a PPA and request for RISC-V, to have this PPA RISC-V enabled. So thanks, Savik, that was a good addition.
Just a quick question. I forgot if I, forgive me if I miss it. Do you have hardware, like RISC-V hardware that you brought with you that developers here are able to experiment with?
No, sorry, I don't have RISC-V hardware with me.
And I'll comment briefly on hardware, if I may. I'm going to try not to make this a sales pitch. Pine64 is coming out with RISC-V boards. I think that's this month. So there will be more hardware available. And GNOME and KDE have some RISC-V hardware which they're using to do package builds to make sure that things are available. CodeThink. I can never keep those two apart. Have stuff as well which is being used to foster the open source ecosystem.
Thank you.
Just to add to that, I checked this morning, Pine64 website, the latest update for their board is in August this year, and they are still working on prototypes.
In the back of the room. Nice.
Just to add to that, I have a PinePhone Pro Standard and a PinePhone and a PinePhone Standard, if anyone would like to play with them. I also have the keyboards, so I can show you Postmarket OS Mobian, and perhaps a different distro if you have a particular request. And I'll be just outside on a table, so anyone's welcome to check them out.
Any more questions? One?
Okay, so you've got me really interested in this. Can you hear me? Is this on? Yeah, you've got me really interested in this. You showed some boards. What would you recommend I actually start with for the best experience right now in the end of 2022?
So you said Vision 5.2? Yeah. Yeah, Vision 5.2, which was on the slide, and I didn't talk about it. It's supposed to be available end of this year, early next year. But it has ability, it's like a Raspberry Pi form factor, and it has ability to plug an NVMe drive, so it's a good platform. If you want to tinker, the LHRV is cheap. It's also a good option.
Cheap and small. And
yeah.
is that one of some you suggested had much longer life cycles than others?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to buy electronics that I throw away because it's completely useless in a couple of years' time. So is that one of the ones that will have support for a long time?
Yes, the one that has 10 years use is a PolarFire, but I don't know if it's a good one for tinkering, because it's about FPGA development. But and for the other one, I would have to check case by case what the support is. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, it works now. What is the status of peripherals like I2C, SPI, I2S, and so on? The bus, so if I can connect a sensor or an amplifier to the current board through GPIOs.
I don't know. What I know is that we didn't, if you make a parallel between enabling Raspberry Pi and RISC-V, I think we are at the lower level now. We are enabling the base hardware, enabling the base package in OS. So as we get more hardware and more people using them, we're going to start focusing on the ecosystem, which is still needs to be created. But I don't think we have any specific work around those interfaces at the moment, but we expect this to start become more important,
yeah. But the hardware-wise, so the processor, it does have I2C bus, SPI bus, and so on. So it's only lacking software support, or those bus for connecting peripherals still have to be implemented.
Do you want to take it? Yeah, I couldn't really hear the question because of the speaker.
Sorry, I have one question. Do you and RISC-V and they have something like a hardware certification RISC, and it seems the application, and I know and what keyboard devices, peripheral devices, and RISC-V are now used or certificated or evaluated or something. But for the DSI, cannot use something not compatible with Raspberry Pi. And I would like to have something on a resource and the hardware certification list.
Okay. I don't know if, and I'm sorry, the audio is bad on stage. So I don't know if it was a question or a statement to clarify something. Sorry.
So the questions here about like the I2C bus and certification, et cetera, it's very board specific. There is nothing RISC-V specific about it. So for example, the boards and images that Canonical has enabled so far, there is no additional certification applied to them the way you would think of like the new laptops, right? In terms of hardware support, like for example, if you take Unmatched, it looks like a normal computer. It's a mini ATX form factor. It has NVMe drive for your storage. It connects normal NVIDIA graphics card to it. There is nothing special about it. It uses normal Nuovo drivers and normal drivers for everything. There is just PCIe bus and so on and so forth, right? It's not a embedded form factor, for example, like the Raspberry Pi with custom hats, which have custom drivers and custom pinouts, right? Instead, it's more generic architecture looking more like general purpose. There will be embedded boards which look more like Raspberry Pis with custom hats and GPUs in the future, but it's not currently something that has been enabled or mass-produced. The boards that's been mass-produced so far, they're very generic. It's just like USB. And yes, all of your USB gadgets work. So if there's a normal USB driver and Linux kernel, it works. Yeah.
Last question, if it's quick. Last comment I'd like to make from the feedback I heard earlier. I think we'll definitely make sure next year to for Ubuntu Summit to have a set of hardware and area to play and experience with. Definitely. And pre-Raspberry Pi too. So thank you, Mathieu and Lucas. 5-minute break. Return here at 2:30. Thank you.
So now we got Nathan Ace. I probably don't need to introduce him because everybody knows him. He's going to be talking about publishing books with free software. So please enjoy.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to be talking about writing and publishing books with free software. Now, I think everyone here knows me, but I'm a computer enthusiast. I've been since I was very young. Did some programming, lots of gaming. Nowadays, I just have my Nintendo Switch, and I prefer that. It's easier, although, because I use Ubuntu, but now that Steam's on Ubuntu, my free time is constantly in danger. And by trade, I'm a computer technician, although for the last more years, it's surprising me how many years I've actually been doing publishing services, writing, ghostwriting, and so on. A lot of the ghostwriting was through NDAs, but I had like almost a dozen and a half books out under different names. I'm not allowed to talk about them, that's NDA, but I'm starting to publish them under my own name because it's a lot of fun, and I've helped a lot of other writers publish their own things. And I've done all that when they've hired me using free software. I'm going to talk about that. Now, on the Ubuntu side of things, for those at home, everyone here knows me, I think. For those at home, I'm an Ubuntu member. I'm actually was just re-elected to a second term on the Ubuntu Community Council, and so thank you for those who voted for me or voted in that election at all. And I'm the leader of the Ubuntu California local community team. Those of you at home, if you don't know, it's LOCO. That's a mouthful, so it's LOCO for short because we are crazy about Ubuntu. And more to the point for this talk, I'm a writer. So I'm finishing up my a publisher will say, what are you doing in Prague? No, I'm finishing up the last steps for Beginning Ubuntu for Windows and Mac users, 3rd edition, which will be based on Ubuntu 22.04. Don't rush out and buy the book today. Sorry, publisher. It's based on Ubuntu 16.04, but we're just finishing the production process, and that'll be out very, very soon. I write original fiction. I have several titles out as well. You can buy them on Amazon. They're in libraries, maybe. They're on actually all the electronic bookstores. And I'm actually the English translator for the tie-in video game novels, sci-fi novels for EgoSoft's video game series X. X Beyond the Frontier was the first one, and then the latest version is X4 Foundations. And I translated the second and third books. The first book was fan-translated a decade ago, and they asked me to take a look at it since I did the other two. I'm actually retranslating it from scratch, from the original German. The author, Helge Kautz, has been absolutely generous and fantastic to work with, and so that's really exciting. I'm finishing up Farnham's, I almost said in German, Farnham's Legende, but Farnham's Legend soon. So I have a lot of experience. Oh, and then I also prepared the ebooks and publishing, because EgoSoft's a video game company, and so I'm like, well, you know, I do that too. So I've worked with professionals, amateurs, people starting out, hobbyists, and so on. So why publish a book, right? Everyone has, I have a story, I want to publish a book. Why do people do this? Well, some people have a story to tell. Some people want to connect with others, intellectually or emotionally. You know, if you write a tech book, for example, you want to make that connection and get people excited about what you're excited about. That's what Beginning Ubuntu is about for me. You know, the romance or the sci-fi or the literary fiction, people want to make an emotional connection and you know, make that connection with others. Of course, fame and fortune, everyone wants to write a book and become a bestseller and become rich and famous. There's as many reasons to want to write a book as there are writers, and so wanting to tell stories, wanting to connect with others, those are fantastic goals. Those are my goals as a writer. To gain fame and fortune are not goals. They cannot be goals. They're not my goals. They're my dreams. A goal is something that you can control. A dream is something that you wish for. It's your readers who determine whether you become famous and rich, not you. There's nothing you can do about that other than write good books and keep writing. So there are two ways to publish a book. I'm going to briefly talk about this because there's not much time, but there's traditional publishing and self-publishing. Those are the two main branches. Now, traditional publishing is what you think of, what most people think of when they go into a bookstore and get a book. And so these are the steps. First, you write a book. Step one. Now, everyone laughs, that sounds really funny, but it's very important. If you go to Reddit, and sorry r/writing, I'm calling you out, you see posts there all the time. How do I know if my idea is good enough to be a book? how do I know, how do I find out which publishers would be interested in my idea in publishing my book that has this idea for? The answer is they don't, no one cares. Ideas are worthless. What is valuable is the execution. So nobody cares about your book idea. Authors, no one's going to steal your book idea. If you tell r/writing, they're not waiting around for ideas. We have more ideas than we can possibly write in our lifetimes. Nobody cares about your idea. But if you write a good book and tell a good story, then we care. That's what makes people care. So you have to write the book. Now, if you're writing a tech book, a nonfiction book, a history book, that's different. For that, if you're going to a publisher, you write basically a proposal, the table of contents. This is what's going to be in the book. You can literally chapter 1, chapter 2, subsections. And then you talk about why you are the best person to write that book. And if they like the idea, think it'll sell, if you have the credentials, then it's accepted. And then you have to write the book. So, but for fiction, anything else, you write the book first, step 1. So you want to be traditionally published, and you have a book. So traditionally, you submit that manuscript to agents, someone who is really good at talking to publishers, selling manuscripts to publishers, and if they like it, they say, yeah, I can sell this, and they'll submit it to different publishers, to editors at publishers. And then once that happens, if a publisher likes it, they'll say, yeah, we'd like to buy the rights to this, and they'll send your agent an offer, it gets back to you, and so on. That's how that works. So note that you cannot choose to be self-published. You have no choice in the matter. You can try to be self-published, you can submit your manuscript, but the publisher makes the choice. The other thing, it had a bad name because of vanity presses in the 70s, but is really, really the way you'd get published nowadays, is self-publishing. Now, this is not vanity press where you go to a company and pay them tons of money and then and you buy 5,000 copies of your book and sell them out of the trunk of your car. That's vanity press publishing, and that's not valuable. Self-publishing is when, so step 1, still, you have to write the book. That's the hard part, but the fun part. And then, so that's it, right? That's the end of your job as a writer, but you're a self-publisher, which means you are the publisher. So this is what happens. In the traditional publishing, you have no control over. Here you have all the control, but all the responsibility. You hire proofreaders. You hire a cover designer. You hire a layout designer to do the inside of the book for print, for electronic publishing. And then finally, you publish the book. So none of this happens when you traditionally publish. The publisher does it. You're the publisher when you self-publish. So those are the steps. Now, the nice thing is that you can do all those steps yourself. Me, I don't hire editors. I have a couple of friends. One's a writer, one's really pedantic like me, and so they read the book, tell me if they liked it or not. They know not to say, well, you should do this, or I think they should do that. I don't care. If they want that, they can write their own book. I'm in charge of my stories. But they can say, I liked it, or it was all great, but I had no idea what this happened on this page, and that'll fix. You can go to your local college, and if you don't have money for an editor, go to your local college, go to the English department, and on their pin board say, hey, we want a proofreader. You'll get your name in the book, acknowledgement in the book, and a free copy when it comes out. And English students will be jumping all over that. So that can be done cheap. It's really, really hard to edit your own work because your brain knows what you meant and it'll fix it. So if you have to, print it out or have text-to-speech read it back to you. You'd be very surprised, or change the font. You will catch all your errors. So cover design you can do yourself. Layout is pretty easy, and you can do that with all free software. At the end, you're going to have an EPUB file or a PDF, and you can just upload it to sites yourself and publish it. All these things can be done by yourself with free software. So, very briefly, royalties. This is the fame and fortune bit, the fortune bit anyway. So traditional publishing, your manuscript gets accepted, and they say, great, so at certain milestones, we'll pay you money, and they're not just giving you money, it's an advance and royalties, so you have to pay it back. So for my book, every third of the book that's approved for production, that's apparently a tongue twister, every third of the book I send in, and once it's copy edited and this 3 chapters is done, these are fine, I get 1/3 of what the advance they agreed. And so once it's out there, so for this beginning Ubuntu, I get a stipend of $1,000 for the subscription program and a $1,000 royalty advance, so I only have to pay back the $100,000, the $1,000, and this is how it happens. So they put the book out for publication. Booksellers buy it. Someone sees the book on the shelf or online in Amazon. They buy it. The bookseller, the bookstore, takes all the money and keeps, depending on the contract, about half. A little more, a little less than half. The publisher gets the rest. So that's the net profit. I, as the author, get between usually 8 and 15%, usually 8 or 10% if you're starting off, 15 if you've done a lot, depends. And if you have an agent, they get 10% of that, you get the rest of the 90. So it's a small, small, small piece, but if you sell lots, then it all adds up. Note that in this whole thing, and so I don't, until my share is $1,000, I don't get any of those royalties. They've already paid me. But if they sell 2 copies of the book and that's it, that's their problem, not mine, because I don't owe that money back. So that's the good news. So note that at no time did I pay anyone any money to do this. They are always money, all money flows towards the author. For self-publishing, the author gets 100% of the net profit because you're the publisher, you're the author. And on Amazon, depending on how you price things, for ebooks, you get, if it's between $2.99 and $9.99, you get 70% of the book. So if I write a short story, which I have, and put it up for sale for $2.99, which I also have, anytime someone buys that, I get $2.08. For my first edition of Ubuntu, beginning of Ubuntu, it was a $50 book, and I'm pretty sure, the royalty statement is hard to read, I'm pretty sure I got between $2.25 and $2.50 every copy sold. So self-publishing, you can sell a lot fewer books and make way more money. So there's a sort of a allure to that. So the trade-offs, why is there such a big difference? Well, traditional publishing, you have a team of experts working on your book, and you have access to bookstores and libraries. And when you self-publish, you have to find and hire your own team and do the work yourself. Of course, you keep all the creative control, rights, marketing, all kinds of license stuff. You don't actually sell books. I haven't sold a single book. What I do sell are copyright licenses. I've given Amazon a license to create copies of my story and book, and in exchange for that, they pay me when someone buys one and they create it. It's fantastic. For beginning Ubuntu, because it's traditional publisher, I sold almost all of my rights. They're like, we'll register the copyright in your name. That's great, but I don't have those rights anymore, even though the copyright's my name, because they wanted that in the contract. That's fine. I was happy to give them the film rights to beginning Ubuntu for Windows and Mac users. I thought that was safe, but I did sell them. It was in the contract. They do have the film rights. So Spielberg could call me. So step 1, write a book. It was to say, how do you write the book? I didn't bring my word processor down here. I have a little AlphaSmart word processor. You type things on a little screen. Later on, you plug it into your computer, open up a word processor, hit send, it types it back in. Amazing. Go to the library, go camping, I can still write. In text, plain text. That's all you need. So you have LibreOffice Writer, if you have Ubuntu. You have Focuswriter, which is minimal, it's full screen, I love it. You can use your favorite text editor. So if you love to can't wait to open a terminal and open Nano or VI and start writing, that's okay, it doesn't matter. Write the book. Don't worry about fonts. If you're using LibreOffice, maybe header, and that's it. Don't worry about anything else. Don't play with fonts, just write the book. Have fun, if it's not fiction, have fun telling a story. That's all you have to do. That sells, the more fun you have writing the book, the more your readers will like it. Because if it's written well, there's good grammar. You want to be, conscientious, but you just write the book. So, this, for the first edition of Ubuntu, beginning Ubuntu, this is how my publisher thought I would write the book and edit the book. This is how I actually edited the book in LibreOffice Writer. And so they sent me Office 2010 templates. They didn't quite look right in LibreOffice. The fonts were a little tweaky, but they also didn't look right at all in, I think I had whatever word they were using, I think it was 2012 or something. It was a little different, or 2013. So that's okay, doesn't matter. They have tools that process everything. The styles are what matter, header, paragraph, figure, right, caption. It worked out very well. And so for revision, LibreOffice Writer opens up Word documents. You can view the comments. It's completely compatible, and in fact, you can replying to comments was not a thing for a long time in LibreOffice. That got fixed like 6, 7 years ago. It's completely compatible. So you just use LibreOffice, turn on track changes, and away you go. Highlight something, insert comment, all set. So if you have an editor, you can just say, here, I use LibreOffice, install this. It's fine. Sometimes techie people say, can I use source control to do this? I say, no, that's a bad idea. It's overkill. It's really good for tracking changes because it's a source control, right? Revision control. But not for comments, not for feedback, collaboration with editors. Collaboration if you're writing a book and you're writing different chapters or different parts, that's different. But that's a different story. If you're writing a fiction book, you're not, no source control. Do backups. Backups are important, but you don't have to worry about Git or Bazaar or Subversion. So revising LibreOffice Writer, this is actually a thing where I had a comment from my copy editor, and basically said I didn't reference the figure. See this figure when I talked about wine and solitaire and I'll write, and so I went back and did that. So see, worked, no problem. Interior layout is different. So you can use LibreOffice for print. You can lay everything out, use styles and page formatting and margins and so on. Scribus, of course, is a full actual desktop publishing solution. I would use it for like magazines when you have columns and so on. Otherwise, LibreOffice kind of works just fine. And Sigil is a great EPUB formatter for ebooks, and it's pretty simple. On a print book, your first page layout will look like this. I did this myself for Called Under, and you see I have, this is page 1, so I have the copyright page on the left, and then on the right, I have a chapter heading, what's called, there's technical terms. That big space is called a drop folio. I don't know why, it's the technical term. On the page, there's no headers. The first paragraph in every chapter or section is not indented. That's how you can tell if a new author, did they format the book themselves, or did they have it professionally done? I did it myself and did it professionally. See, you guys, I studied. The interior pages are much the same. You do have headers on the tops and or bottoms, page numbers, author name, or the title of the book, or the chapter name or number, and so on. Take your favorite book in your genre, something similar to the type of book you're writing, and see how they do it. And then you should never steal. Stealing is wrong, but you can definitely take lots of inspiration. So you can study this for yourself and see how it's done, and it's not hard at all. You use styles and you're all set. Ebooks are different. This is a chapter 1 of Pay Me Bug by Christopher B. Wright under a Creative Commons Attribution, non-derivative, non-commercial license, if I remember correctly. And so it's a great book. I love it. So funny. This is what an EPUB looks like. It's for ebook readers. It's written in XHTML and formatted with separate style sheets in CSS. This is how I got roped into a private writing group on Reddit. Someone knew me, needed some help. I'm like, yeah, I've done websites. I could do that. I wrote a bunch of stories for fun, published them, went through the whole process, so I knew what I was talking about when I gave advice, and realized I'd been an inspiring writer for a very long time. Why? I stopped being an inspiring writer. Now I'm just a writer. But I had all this experience, luckily. So the formatting is very, very, very simple here. You don't have strong control over what an e-reader does, and so header, bold, italics, indentation. That's it. Very, very simple. That's all you have to worry about. Cover design, GIMP, Inkscape, use your favorite thing. For an ebook, you just need a front cover. For print, you need a wraparound cover. This is the template from Amazon. You get on the right, you have the front cover, the spine, and then the back cover. And so for Called Under, it looks like this. And this is the book you can buy on Amazon. This is the hardback, actually, so the margins are a bit bigger than usual. So you have a little bit of image outside the actual book so that when they print it and they cut it, there's no white edges. Very, very simple, very easy. You go to deposit photos or stock photo and just license for a couple dollars a cover image. That's all you have to do. So publishing a print book, the publisher takes care of this step. If you're self-publishing, you're the publisher. So you go to print on demand, Amazon Kindle Direct Publishing Print will print your books. You upload a PDF of the cover. You upload a PDF of the interior. You have it in LibreOffice, hit export to PDF, upload, the end. You'll take a look, make sure the margins look good. Ingram Spark is the other print-on-demand publisher that will get you into all the bookstores. They won't buy them probably, but a reader can go in and ask, I want this book, can you order it? And they'll say yes, it'll be in their catalog. Draft to Digital has a new print service. It's so new that I haven't tried it. I asked someone who's been writing for 40 years. He's like, too new, I don't know. But I like, and he said, but they're great guys, so they'll do a good job. And I like everything else they do. As far as the electronic copy of the book, most ebook stores accept either Word documents or EPUB files. So you have Amazon, Kindle Direct Publishing, Nook Press, Apple Books, Draft to Digital. Draft to Digital will upload to like 30 different bookstores worldwide, international, including Amazon. For any book you sell, they just take 10% of whatever you would get. That's a good trade-off for me. So I upload directly to Amazon. I upload directly to, used to be Nook Press. I stopped because I don't sell that much there. Kobo usually is the one you upload directly to. Those are the big ones. Everything else, just go to Draft to Digital, upload your book, uncheck anyone, if you've uploaded to Amazon, uncheck it. Amazon gets really cranky if you have multiple copies of the same book. And so you can be worldwide. And the last Fireflies of the Heart I published, and I think 30 minutes later it was on the website ready for order internationally for the ebook. The print book takes a day or two. Last thing, when you upload, sometimes DRM, it's a checkbox. Do you want to enable DRM? I always say no. It only affects paying customers who have bought your book. They're the ones that you're not trying to protect your book from. They just bought it from you. And of course, it can be automatically stripped in seconds. There's a Calibre plugin. It's really easy. So I would say no. Do not, if you have the option for DRM, don't worry about it. If someone gives you a copy of your book, or they download it and they like it, honestly, most people will either say, that was really good, what else did they do? And either buy the book because they want the copy for real, or they'll go buy your other books. It's advertising. So that's a very quick rundown of a really broad topic. So I would say, any other questions? We only have a couple minutes, but I have an email address. It's nhames@ubuntu.com. And so if you have questions that aren't answered here, then feel free to email me. But we do have a couple questions here, so fire away.
Okay, hi Nathan. So I'm an author myself. I'm currently working on my 14th book. The first half of those were like your traditional published and the other half self-published. If you don't mind, I'd like to add just a few notes of my experience to your, by the way, excellent talk.
Thank you.
So I'm using lulu.com for the self-publishing part. And my, let's say, build street, that's the wrong word, but tool chain. My tool chain for the last 6 or so has been ASCII Doctor. So there is this ASCII Doc standard, which is sort of wiki language-ish.
Right.
And then ASCII Doctor is, where ASCII Doc is Python, ASCII Doctor is Ruby-based, and it's 10 times quicker. And then there is this guy who makes his money documenting stuff at firms. He has a toolchain ASCII Doctor and also ASCII Doctor-PDF. So I have my build script that builds it into a PDF and then I upload it to lulu.com.
Yeah, you can get super techy, you can automate it.
Yeah.
A-Press will allow me to write a book in Markdown. I haven't been crazy enough for that yet, although I might do a fiction book in Markdown eventually. Lulu Press was at, or Lulu.com was on, or what is it, Lulu? Well, Lulu Press is the name of the company that does print on demand. They were long before CreateSpace, which turned into Amazon KDB Print. They're good too, and I just actually pulled that because most people are looking for distribution, and Lulu Press doesn't do that. But you can upload it, order your books, you get them, you pay the cost, not the, when you buy your own books anywhere, you pay the cost of the publishing, the printing, not the full retail price. And it's a great way to get your books out to sell from Trunk and
Yeah, well, you can forward it to Amazon, so it will show up there as well.
So I think we have time for at least one more question. I don't know if they're going to kick me off immediately, but.
All right, so a question about discipline. So writing books seems to be like a lonely activity versus writing software, where you're typically more collaborative. How do you stay disciplined writing a long book? Yeah.
How do I stay?
Disciplined, motivated.
So every Friday I do a writing group. It's online because of the pandemic, but basically we get together, chat for half an hour, and then we set a timer, write for 50 minutes, 15-minute break, write for 50 minutes, do our own thing. We don't share. We can share, but we don't critique. And we write and set that thing. Otherwise, I have a schedule. Every morning I said, well, it's actually evening. I'm not a morning person. I said, I'm going to sit and write for at least half an hour, or hour if I can. And on good days, I'll sit down and write for 3 hours if I have the time. But yeah, every day I write, and you just write, and you sit down and write. And if you know where to start, you just write the next sentence and keep going. But how do you stay disciplined? You just have to be disciplined. Set a routine, record your streaks, do what it takes. I listen to brain.fm music to get me in the mood to focus. But yeah, you just have to do it and keep it up. And that's how, and you'll get the book done, and then you write the next book. So, any other questions, or are we out of time? We're out of time. Thank you so much.
5 minutes. We get back at 3. 5-minute break. Amy, talking about what takes to make a good CLI, I definitely want to listen to this slide.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amy, and I'm currently a UX manager here at Canonical for the web and design team. And I'm also working on a product called Mass. So, about 2 years ago, I was tasked to redesign the CLI for Mass. And Mass is short for Metal as a Service. And it's also a product I'm currently leading. So, Mass is a data center provisioner. And the best part about Mass is that if you have all the networking parts set up, it should automatically discover all the physical machines in your data center for you. The thing is, Mass started out as a CLI product before it even has a UI. So what could possibly go wrong with a CLI-dominated product, right? So I went to a few core developers and field engineers at Canonical just to find out what is wrong with the CLI. And they've got a lot of feedback, but one feedback that they had in common was that the output is not human readable. And it's not human readable because every time you read out a machine, you get this 80 lines of JSON blob, which describes the data structure of that machine. Now, if the output is 80 lines for one machine, think about what it would look like for 10 machines, and 100 machines, and 1,000 machines. At this point, you might wonder, if it's not human readable, then why are you designing the CLI this way? So after digging a little bit, I realized that the early adopters of Mass don't really interact with the CLI. They write a script in Python through the Foundation Cloud engine to talk to our CLI, and the CLI works as a wrapper for our REST API. So back then, when the UI did not exist, they were scripting for machines to talk to machines. And that's why they don't need the output to be human readable. But as the product evolved, the UI exists, and then people behavior become different. They look for different ways to interact with our products. So let's look at some common structure of the CLI. And all of you here probably has worked with the CLI before, so you know that it's not something magic. Standard structure, there's an input and then there's an output. But the goal here is we want to create a purposeful input and produce human readable outputs. That's our goal. But what does it mean to have a purposeful input? Let's take a look at this first example. So the example above, the first one, says Mass machine read plus the system ID. So that returns those 80 lines of JSON blob, and that is for one machine. Now, if you change it to Mass machines read, that returns the collection of machine. Now, this singular versus plural form really confuses our user because they're making the same mistakes again and again because they figure out that it's not the plural one, so they use the singular one. So it's not efficient, right? Now, if you look at the second example, you'll see that this is an add node command. One of them has a dash, and the other one does not have a dash. Which one do you think is better for tab completion? Yeah? The second one. And yes, and that's because you have a dash in the clause. So when you do dash completion, every time you have more dash in a command, the more times you have to tab it. And so that is not efficient either. So creating a meaningful verb for a command and making it suitable for tab completion is one of the most fundamental things that you have to think about when designing a CLI. Now let's look at some Mass-specific problems. So when I was observing people interacting with Mass, I realized that it takes a lot of practice because you either need to remember those machine IDs by heart, or you have to use some JQ tool to print it out. And that is not something that's going to show you in the UI. That is something you have to sort of learn it. Think about people with 100 machines. They're not going to remember all these IDs, right? So what we do to solve that is to, instead of only having just a system ID, we also accept another argument, which is the name. Names like host names, machine names, any other names. And we changed the verb from read to list. And this way, it doesn't matter if you type machines or machines. You just list something, and if you want to be specific, just list out whatever host name that is. But if you don't want to be specific, it lists out all the machines in your environment. Now, to make it human readable, you make it table by default. But of course, people like options. You always have to give people the option to change the format in case they want to talk to machines again. So you can output the format to YAML, JSON, CSV, or even key value pairs. Another cool thing that we did is to add some help flag in the command. So you can see that in this help page, it describes how you can use -C to customize those columns in the output, and also -filter, which allows you to create a filter and apply that same filter to the same machine again. So every time you come back, you don't have to retype all the filters, just type the filter name and apply those to your machine list. And to make the man page even easier, we apply some of the Unix man page using headings and subheadings to create sections in a man page, which is not what we have before. Which comes to my other point. How do we make a help flag more meaningful? Because help is such a natural thing that our users do when they get stuck. To increase the efficiency of the experience, we try to handle errors and help pages using purposes like for debugging, to help people debug, to help people dig deeper into what their commands are doing and how to customize the outputs. So these are some of the examples of the help pages and error outputs. When an operation fails, we added a command suggestion, such as how you can dig deeper into the output, or a link to the document for that page. Fun fact, so out of 5 users that I tested, what they mentioned was that when you get stuck in the CLI, you don't want to look at docs, because it means you have to do all the search all over again, and it felt like you have to start solving the problem again. So what we did here was we bring the docs to them in a CLI. Sometimes a good design is to know when to reuse what you already have, so don't reinvent the wheel, just roll with it. Now, after testing out this prototype with about 5 to 6 people, I realized that the onboarding experience is another important aspect of our new design, because when you roll out something new, you want to help them learn how to use it as well. So one of the main focus is on learnability. We introduce what's called the interactive prompt on the CLI to help guide our users through these required fields for commands like deploying or creating machines or running testing scripts. And we also provide the equivalent command after you go through this experience, so you don't have to turn on the interactive prompt every single time. Now, the way you select the mass instance is by selecting their profile name. So some people have multiple data centers, and they set it up as multiple mass instances. And the profile name is the part where you can distinguish between different masses. So, what I observed from this experiment is that people who have to work with multiple mass instances at the time, they typed the wrong profile name sometimes, and they ended up deploying the wrong machines because it's in a different environment. So to reduce error or to help them recover from some of these mistakes, we took the idea of Git branch and we call it the primary profile. So you're working with one profile at a time, and this prevents error from happening. Talking about errors, we can't avoid making mistakes, but when it happens, we also want to help users recover from these mistakes, stuff such as typos, incomplete commands. And what we did was to provide suggestions. So every time there's a typo, we said, is this what you mean? Or if it's an incomplete command, we suggest something based on the nearest neighbor. Although commissioning, or one of the actions in mass, is to commission a machine, normally it takes about 60 seconds if it's successful, but it can take up to 30 minutes for a timeout. So by default, our users prefer to run this task in the background. However, when something is wrong, most people would like to see what's happening in the background. So what we did here is we allow an option for people to see the process prompt. And while running this command in the waiting state, you will see the task list, the runtime, and the waiting indicator. Those are 3 things that help you understand which task went wrong and help you fix the right task. And last but not the least, what I also introduced into the prompt is what we call the help cheat sheet. Do you remember when the first iPhone came out and there's only one button? And every time something goes wrong, you hit that button and the screen resets? This is exactly the purpose of this cheat sheet. When anything goes wrong, when you're working on something, you don't know where to go, you do mass help. And it gives you a set of popular commands that can help you get started right away, and some of the suggestions on how you can fix your bugs. And that's what it looks like. So when a user don't know where to start, when they're in an offline environment, this cheat sheet becomes really handy. So what makes a good CLI? Sorry for the typo. A good CLI is based on 3 things. Efficiency. How can you help a user get from point A to point B efficiently? Learnability. How can you onboard a user when they're starting something new? And error tolerance. How do you help them recover from those mistakes? And also extra points for accessibility. So one of the things that I didn't mention in the slide is that I added colors. I forced the colors into the prototype. So I put red for errors, green for success, and yellow for warning. And it looks great on my prototype. It looks great on my terminal. But when I tested out, I realized that I can't control the terminal theme. People are going to use different terminal themes. Some people use a green background, and it's barely even readable. So what we try to do instead is, instead of trying to force the colors into your command line, check for which theme they're using, and then use those colors as the output instead. For any mass user in this room, or any mass user that's listening, we haven't rolled this out yet, but this work actually influences our CLI guideline here at Canonical. So what we're trying to achieve here is to achieve consistency across different products at Canonical. And I was going to show you the link of our CLI guideline, but it's not on the slide. I'm sorry about that. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, so really interesting. You mentioned like probing the theme. Do you mean the theme of the terminal emulator itself to know what to display correctly? So it's
meaningful and visible.
Can you say that again? Sorry.
Sorry, yeah. At the end, you said about the colors of the green, the red, and the yellow, and you said that you don't know what the theme the user may have, so maybe the green will be unreadable on green background. And then you mentioned something about like probing the theme, or did I misunderstand that?
No, just probing a theme, that's correct. So instead of forcing something to be in a specific color, you probe the theme primary color and then set the color to those theme colors instead.
If I may, another question. I noticed the help output. Is that like the sign of things to come, how other canonical products will have their help output like looking like? Or is it that the general theme is common, but the specific ways the commands are organized may still differ?
So the idea is that different product has different purposes, so it doesn't always have to have those 7 sections. But if you have 3 or 5 out of those 7 sections, great. If not, you know what you're working towards. But it's just a guideline to help you understand that this is what a complete one looks like.
I've already got the cube, sorry. Assuming someone wants to write command line interfaces that follow your guidelines outside of canonical, is there a library, or is there tooling to help someone like me make better CLIs?
So right now we have a craft library that follows this guideline. It's written in Python, but the prototype that I uses Node.js to create, and I put it together in 6 hours. So that's another option if you are a JavaScript coder. I'm not sure if there are other libraries out there. I know there's something similar in Go.
I'm satisfied with Python, thanks.
Well, it was pretty much the same question. Like, if somebody wants to reuse what you've been working on for other CLI tools, like, how would they go around?
Sorry?
So it's pretty much the same question. It's like, if I want to reuse your work and on another tool, how would I do that?
Yeah. So if you're coding in Python, we have something for the craft library that allows you to apply the same logic. But if you're coding in other languages, we don't have any library that does it yet. That's done by Canonical. Otherwise, you can still read the guidelines on how to approach these with your own logic as well.
So when you mentioned completion, I assume you meant like bash completion, which is like, I think, the most commonly used one. But some shells have a little bit more capabilities in terms of what the completion thing can present. It can present both suggestions and a description of the suggestions. And even within bash, you can have different types of completion or like offered by bash itself. Although, like, unless you read the man pages, most people probably don't even realize there's differences there. Is some of that visible through mass as well?
Not en masse right now, but in the future, maybe. This is just a prototype. It's still an ongoing discovery that we're looking into, but we haven't rolled it out yet. And so we've got a lot of exciting people who wants to use it, but we haven't really rolled it out yet.
More questions? We have time. No? So, thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Do a coffee break now, and we'll return at 4. So, thank you. So, just next we have Robert Ansel. He's going to talk us about Flutter on Linux. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Tiago. Cool. So there's been lots of really great Flutter talks here at the Ubuntu Summit. Hopefully you've attended a whole bunch of them, and we've just enough time for one more. So I'm going to talk a little bit different. I'm going to talk about how Flutter on Linux works and how we got here by enabling it. So this is straight from the Flutter website. And the words are, Flutter is an open source framework by Google for building beautiful, natively compiled, multi-platform applications from a single code base. So a whole lot in that sentence, but I think the bit that's relevant here, multi-platform. So we want to be one of those platforms. So Flutter came from sort of a mobile space, and desktop wasn't originally there. We want Linux to be there. So in the beginning, Canonical and Google worked together. So clearly this was a match made in heaven. We've got two bird mascots. We've got Tux and Dash, and they work together, so we work together. So we reached out, Canonical reached out in September 2019, talked to the Flutter team at Google, and they were really keen, so we decided to work together on how we can make it work better for Linux. The motivations from our side was we wanted to make it easier for developers who are not familiar with Linux to publish apps. There's a huge market out there of people making Flutter apps who are not aware of Linux or not able to deploy on Linux, and we want to make it so they can get there. Also, we had some apps ourselves that we were interested in developing that we wanted to use Flutter for. So some of these apps are the traditional desktop apps, pretty straightforward stuff you'll be familiar with. Other things are cross-platform. For example, we had some mobile apps that we wanted to develop for Ubuntu products that need to work with your phone. And also things like WSL on Windows, where we might use the same code base for Windows and for Linux. So this is a really, really simplified view of how the Flutter runs an app on Linux. So at the bottom layer, we have your windowing system. So we've got Waylander X11. We're then using GTK. So it's actually just a normal GTK application running GTK 3. And on top of that, we have what's called a Flutter shell. So each platform has a different shell, and in this case, we have a C++-based one. The shell is made up of a library that's provided by Flutter that does all the things you need to do on that platform, and a small template application that is created when you create a project. And then the interesting part is your application on top, which is generally mostly written in Dart. So originally, there was a shell that worked on Linux that was there before Canonical got involved. And they use GLFW. So GLFW is a toolkit that makes it easy to write OpenGL apps. It's the sort of thing you write, like a learning OpenGL or like a simple game. But it doesn't have that integration that you really need on a Linux desktop. And that's where GTK came in really well. It's on GTK 3. Lots of people have asked when it's going to be on GTK 4. We know we're going to have to migrate at some point, and we just need to work out the details of how we can manage that. So one of the first things we had to do is we wanted to do some enhancements to Dart. So Dart didn't have all the features that you use on Linux because they aren't required on other platforms. And the main features we were really interested in were basically interprocess communication features. So they are Unix domain sockets, passing file descriptors across those sockets, and pipes. And so we worked together with the Google team. I wrote some bad implementations. They took them over and finished them, so that's great. So for everything else that isn't in these sort of three things, you can use FFI. If those aren't familiar, FFI is a means that you can access C libraries from another language. So if there's some weird syscall that you really need, you can get around that. And the other one is plugins, where you have code that's written in native language, so probably C, and then the other side in Dart, and that allows you to access some things inside the GTK application from your Dart code. So pub.dev, hopefully people have seen pub.dev. This is where you get all your stuff you want for your Flutter app, all your libraries you need. So all the stuff that we didn't get into Dart, we'd have to get into pub.dev. The packages are all source-based, and when you build your Flutter app, you download that source from the website, and it builds into your app, into your binary. So we decided for the stuff we've developed to use the MPL license, Mozilla public license. And the reason for that is because it's source and it's combined with your app. We couldn't use the GPL there. That would be a license conflict. but the MPL works fine there. It's basically the GPL, but it doesn't matter if the source mixes, and it's copyleft, so people who contribute to those projects will still help everyone else out. So the first big package we did was dbus. So we made a dbus implementation in pure Dart. We were considering at the start, do we do a wrapper around the existing dbus implementations or write our own one? And we decided to go with the write your own one, that's the hard way. But it's worked out really well because the dbus implementation is easy to debug. If anything goes wrong, it's just Dart code. You'll see it in your stack trace. You can implement all the asynchronous behavior that Dart expects, and that's all super native. There's no weird blocking functionality. So as well as the dbus.dart, we've made a bunch of other projects here which wrap all these dbus services. So we have things like bluez.dart, which allows you to access Bluetooth functionality on Linux, nm.dart for network manager support, upower for power management, package-kit, install and remove your debs, portal support, so new confined apps can work really well, and desktop notifications. So they're all available on pub.dev, they're all MPL licensed, they're all open, we get contributions from third parties for that, that's cool. So we also have other packages that don't use dbus that have been developed, but again to access Linux services, things like AppStream for package metadata, snapd so you can install and remove snaps, LXD for containers, udev for devices. Yaru is a really great community project, didn't have any real involvement in that. Those guys have gone out and made an incredibly great package that makes all your apps look really good on Ubuntu. And then we've got some handy window manager for better window corners and better window management. And Xterm allows you to get some terminal functionality into your Flutter apps. So most apps actually don't want to access any of these directly because the really core part of Flutter is that multi-platform behavior. So those apps want to target just a generic package that then uses a different backend based on the platform you're using. So some of those packages we've developed, particularly dbus, have been integrated into other packages. So there's this connectivity plus package that allows you to check if you're connected to the network. When you're on Linux, it uses, I'm pretty sure it uses nm.dart or maybe dbus.dart. Battery Plus is another. There's a whole set of these plus, all done by one team. Battery Plus uses upower to check that you've got what your battery levels are. Flutter local notifications. So again, you can generate notifications that work on both Windows and Linux and Mac OS using dbus.dart on Linux. Geolocator uses GeoClue so they can work out where you are. So Flutter outputs a bundle of files. It's really small because it's been really heavily optimized, particularly for the mobile case. And those files are the binary, which you run, libraries and data files, which means they're really easy to package. You can take any existing packaging systems and just chuck it in. It works really well. We've made a Snapcraft plugin, so it's really easy to package on a Snap as well. This is all you need inside your application to make a Snap package. And then when you run Snapcraft, that will spit out a Snap. You can upload that to the Snap store and distribute it to everyone via that. So we have, lots of stuff in the Snap store. Here's some stuff in the wild. Let's talk about a few of the apps that exist right now. So there's a firmware updater we developed that uses the firmware update service on Linux. Full Flutter apps, the one at the back. They go back to front, I'm going to read them out. Next one's Ubuntu software. Fully community developed, made use of a lot of the libraries we built there before. We worked with that team to help them. There was a great talk yesterday by Frederick all about it, how they've worked their way through. It's a great piece of software. They got it working so quickly, it's so functional. We're looking at replacing our existing one in Ubuntu with it. Also developed a desktop installer that makes use of Subiquity, which is the installer that the servers use. So we took an existing piece of server software and we built a Flutter front end on it, and then we bridged between that. So we've kind of married that, very embedded sort of space with a high-level Flutter space. That's working really well. That's the app that, for example, works on Windows. It's used for WSL as well as for Linux, so that's a great use of one code base across two platforms. And then a couple other apps I found when I was looking around. QuickQA, so that's a virtual machine system, so you can do sort of heavy stuff like that. and then a nice little lightweight little app, Purple Task, sort of a note-taking, remember the things you need to do. So, the future. Sort of two really big items that we're working on at the moment, hopefully coming soon. So the first one is multi-window. So Flutter, coming from this kind of mobile space, really was built around the concept of having a single window. And of course, on Linux desktop, we want multi-window. So there's a lot of refactoring going on, restructuring to make that happen. That's a team effort by Google and Canonical, working really well together to work from both directions so we can get that working great. Another thing we're working on is platform views. So platform views allow you to embed non-Flutter content inside a Flutter app. And a really classic case for that is putting the web in there. Nobody wants to write an entire web renderer in Dart, so you want to make use of something like WebKit. Other things you could put in there, video content, native widgets. You can put GTK widgets inside your GTK app. You could put widgets from other systems like OpenGL widgets you've developed. Yeah. So that's it. Any questions, please?
Hello. Quick GUI is written by the handsome gentleman at the front of the audience here.
Oh, yes. Nice. Awesome.
Good shot. All of those kind of platform libraries that you showed right at the start of your talk.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, are those kind of static bindings to those libraries, or can you use something like J-object introspection or something like that?
They're not built with introspection, no. So in dbus.dart, we have a means of generating, you can generate code from dbus definitions, but in most of these cases, we've just done it manually. Yeah.
Which one was the most difficult to implement?
Which was the most difficult? dbus, for sure, the most difficult to start with, because then you had to find all the bits that didn't work, and passing folder descriptors, for example, that was quite complicated to work out how we could get into the Flutter and Dart world without going crazy complicated, because, it's not really a normal use case for apps. And then, what are the other ones? The other ones, they're all, G-settings. G-settings was hard, yeah. Though we're not sure if we need that one long term, so hopefully that one can go away.
Have you got any shiny demos to show us?
Shiny demos? This is not my machine. I don't have anything on it, no. But there's been lots of other great talks that have shown all sorts of cool apps.
Maybe you could describe them for us. What's the latest?
What have we got? Hopefully you get an idea there. Like there's software store, you can install and remove snaps and debs. That means it's talking to Snapd. That means it's talking to PackageKit. There's a settings app, actually, that's out there that's talking to all sorts of services. Turn all your settings on and off. Firmware update, if that works, you can update all your firmware. So that's a great thing. They just all work.
Is the toolchain support in Debian so that I could create a source package and build a Flutter app without anything other than putting to Launchpad and building it as a Debian, or is there more to it than that?
That's a good question. So I believe the Snapcraft plugin downloads Flutter, and that's the normal way you do it, is you download Flutter and then build from there. Does anyone know from Debian if Debian has any Flutter support? There is a snap package for Flutter, so you can use that.
Yeah, so in addition to installing Flutter via the snap package, if you wanted to work it into a Debian-only workflow, there's a tarball of the Flutter SDK that you can use to build Debian source packages of Flutter applications, and then use build D or sbuild or the Launchpad PPA builders to build your app, and that's what Yannick and I have been doing for a few projects that we've been prototyping.
Thank you. All right, I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll have a break now. We'll return at 4:30, so enjoy. Can you hear me? Yep. So, it's almost party time. Simple is better than complex. Our next speaker is Marlene Mangami, right? And is talking about teaching Zimbabwean girls how to code with Puppy Linux. Okay.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Yes, hello. My name is Marlene, and this is my talk, Simple is Better Than Complex, teaching Zimbabwean girls how to code with Puppy Linux. So you probably will recognize this phrase if you are a Python programmer. It's actually from the Zen of Python. So just to tell you a little bit about myself to get started. I am a Zimbabwean, so I actually came to this conference from Zimbabwe. It was a very long flight, about 16 hours. I really enjoy living in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is a really cool place to be. We have the Victoria Falls, which is one of the places I would actually recommend for you to visit before you die, at least once. So just come and speak to me if you ever need a tour of Zimbabwe. Another thing about me is that I'm the previous vice chair and a director of the Python Software Foundation. And if you've never heard of the PSF is a nonprofit organization behind the Python programming language. And the goal of the PSF, or the mission of the PSF, is to promote and protect and to advance the Python programming language and to support the growth of a diverse and international community of Python programmers. So I was actually on the board of directors for the PSF for about 5 years, and I recently stepped away from the board about 2 months ago, just to give space for new leadership and for new ideas, which I think people should do. And I really believe in the mission of the PSF, and if you want to find out more information, visit python.org. I am also, another Pythonic thing about me is that I'm the previous chair of PyCon Africa, which is the annual gathering of the Python community on the continent of Africa. We organized, I was the chair of the first conference, and it was very stressful, so I can imagine the organizers of this conference, I can probably relate to the stress of that. But it was really, really fun. There are tons of people. There are a couple of people actually here at this conference that were part of organizing that. Daniele was one of those people, Noah, Muhewe, Abigail, were all part of that. And if you would like to attend PyCon Africa, we'll probably have it again next year or in 2024, so please follow PyCon Africa for that. Currently for my day job, I work as a developer advocate for Voltron Data. I work for them remotely, and Voltron Data is a company that does a lot of work with big data analytics. So if you've ever heard of Apache Arrow, we do work around that, and also about a Python project called IBIS as well. And whenever I tell people that I'm a developer advocate, they're just like, what does that actually mean? Like, what do you do? And what it actually means for me, it differs from company to company. But half of my work is software engineering, and half of my work is like communication related. So I really enjoy writing and speaking and just talking to people. Before that, I was at NVIDIA, actually, and I was working as a software engineer, just working on Python. And I enjoyed that. I was actually working on a project called QDF. That's like a GPU data frame library that actually runs only on Ubuntu. So that's a very cool project if you're looking for GPU stuff. But I really love to communicate with people. I love to talk to people. And so moving to Voltron allowed me to kind of experiment with that. So I'm having a good time there. And please check out voltrondata.com or follow them on Twitter. And then a final thing about me is that I am the co-founder of a nonprofit organization called ZimboPy. And the majority of this talk is me going to be sharing my journey, creating ZimboPy, and why I felt it was necessary or meaningful work to work on ZimboPy. And I'm also going to be talking about the challenges that we faced when we started this organization and how Ubuntu was actually a part of solving or overcoming some of those challenges. So first of all, what exactly is ZimboPi? Like I mentioned, it's a nonprofit organization, and the goal of ZimboPi when I first created it is to get Zimbabwean girls excited about the world of computer science and about the world of technology in general. I created it in 2017, and I also wanted it to be a way to provide access or resources for girls in my community to actually be able to take tangible steps to get into the world of software engineering or the world of technology. And actually, I created this organization during a time when I was going through my own sort of existential crisis. I mentioned that I live in Zimbabwe, but I actually was studying in the United States just before I created this organization, and I was there studying molecular biology. I was on the pre-medicine track, and when I was studying, I just realized that I don't think I want to be a doctor anymore for a number of different reasons. One of the reasons is that doctors actually have to see blood a lot. And that's like an issue for me. And no one actually tells you that when you are trying to be a doctor, or when you're watching movies about doctors, like you don't see the blood. So for me, I then discovered that amongst other things and decided this was not the path for me. And so I had about a year where I could go back home to Zimbabwe, and I took that time to really sort of soul search and figure out what were some things that I felt I was passionate about, some things that I felt I wanted to work on, that maybe, felt like a better fit for me and also felt really meaningful too. And so ZimboPi is actually one of the things that came out of that time of soul searching when I went back home to Zimbabwe. So there were a number of reasons or things that I felt were an important part about why I think working to get Zimbabwean girls excited about the world of technology, about computer science, was meaningful work. But today, I'm only going to talk about two of those things. And the first one is that I wanted to increase the representation of women in the world of technology. And I wanted to do that in Zimbabwe specifically, and I'll talk a bit about why I feel like representation is really important. A second thing is that I wanted to increase the access that the girls had to the world of computer science and the world of software engineering, and I'll also talk about that, like I mentioned earlier. So the first thing is about representation, and I think that the word representation, the word diversity and inclusion as well, is like very overused these days, and so it actually becomes this buzzword that doesn't feel like it has any real meaning. But I really think, for me, I believe that representation is a really powerful thing, and it's a really critical part of how we should move forward in the tech industry to really achieve our capacity as a human race as we go forward in the future. So to actually share a bit more about this, I'm going to sort of talk about the concept of transcendence to be able to explain why I think this is important. So to do that, let me play a quick video clip for us today. Now, how do I, oh, nope. How do I play the clip? How do I do this? Oh, hang on, sorry. I think I have to drag it. There we go. Okay, that's the clip. And I am personally not a big fan of football or soccer, whichever one you would like to choose. But in this scene that you observed on this screen, I've seen this happen multiple times. This particular clip is actually from a soccer game or something in the UK, but this sort of activity happens in Zimbabwe, and I'm sure it happens in Prague and other areas around the world. And my question today is, what exactly is going on in this clip? Like, why are these people reacting in this way? Now, a few years ago, the New York Times published an article titled "Sports Psychology, It Isn't Just a Game." And researchers from the article found that many fans became so tied to their teams that they experienced hormonal surges and other psychological changes watching the games just as much as the athletes playing in them did. So this quote by a professor called Robert Cialdini was in that article, and he says, "Our sports heroes are our warriors. This is not some light diversion to be enjoyed for its inherent grace and harmony. The self is centrally involved in the outcome of the event. Whoever you root for represents you." Another quote from this article that I thought was really interesting was from a professor called James Dabbs. And he was quoted as saying, "The results suggest fans empathize with competitors to such a degree that they mentally project themselves into the game and experience the same hormonal surges the athletes do." So I think this phenomenon, or this idea that humans are such interesting creatures that we have the ability, when we feel inspired by someone, to literally transcend our bodies and literally like project ourselves into the same space as the person who is inspiring us, that we actually feel the same hormonal changes that they do or the feelings that they're feeling. And I remember trying to think to myself, okay, when have I experienced something like this sort of transcendental experience? And I thought about my experience growing up. So for me, growing up, my dad was really into tennis. And I remember quite a few days, quite a few mornings where my whole family would come into the lounge and we would watch a big tennis game together. And one of my favorite people to watch was this woman on the screen, Serena Williams. Do I have any Serena Williams fans in here? I have 2, 3, yes, exactly. Good, I have some good Serena Williams fans, and she's just retired, which is a little sad. But I can remember watching this one game with Serena in it, and I was so nervous for her, and I remember just every single shot she took, I was just like, my breath was held, and every time she won a point, I was like super, super excited. Every time she lost, I was like, it was just very, very exciting. And I was quite young when I started watching those games. And I remember after she won this one match at Wimbledon, going to my parents and saying, you know what? I'm the next Serena Williams. It's me. I'm going to be Serena. I basically look exactly like her. And she's just at Wimbledon. And if you just give me the resources to do this, I could be the next Serena Williams. And after that, I actually went to my school, and I ended up becoming the captain of my tennis team and really doing quite well in tennis. I unfortunately didn't make it to Wimbledon, and I think that's my parents' fault, but that's another story. But I really, that experience for me, what it was, I felt so inspired by someone who I felt, here is another black woman who actually, in my head, looks exactly like me, and she's playing at Wimbledon, and if Serena can do that, so can I. Now, one of my favorite quotes is by a lady called Marian Wright Aldman, and she says, "You cannot become what you cannot see." And I think this is a really, really powerful quote, and it's a really good thing for us to think about, even when we're thinking about representation in tech. So I think it's possible, but very difficult to become something if you just have no idea about it. I don't think it's almost impossible for someone to really think to themselves, I want to go to Wimbledon, after they've never seen a tennis match being played before, or they've never seen a woman playing at Wimbledon before. And so because of that, I think, even in the world of technology, we need to be thinking about how it feels for someone, sometimes we really think, oh, we need more women in tech, but sometimes the blocker for that is just there being no women in tech as well. That's also something that's quite a difficult thing. And so for me, as part of my mission with Zimbo Pi, is I wanted to give Zimbabwean girls some role models to look at. and women that were in the tech industry, not only in Zimbabwe, but around the world. So something we started doing was hosting mentorship weeks, where we had women from within the industry coming and sharing their experiences about working as software engineers or managers or designers or whatever it was. And I think this is a really key part of that, is amplifying voices of women who are doing extremely well in the tech industry. The second thing was that I wanted to provide access. So it's one thing to encourage people and say, yes, you can do it, get into tech, you're going to be amazing, study computer science. And it's another thing to actually give them practical steps to let them know, hey, this is how you can actually become a computer scientist. This is actually how you write code. And I wanted to provide a space for that. Something else that was a key part of that for me was the democratization of knowledge and opportunity. So initially when I started this organization, because it was much easier, I started in like much wealthier parts of the city, and we were teaching at sort of hub spaces where they gave us space and they had laptops already. And all of the girls that came were from well-off families that could go back home, and they had laptops with their families. But I started to think that, this is not really fair just to have the girls that already have access to come and use these laptops, but we also need to be providing the same sort of access to girls in underserved areas of the city. So that was something that I started to actively work on. And so we actually set up a club, we set up 2 clubs in some under-resourced areas of the city. And when we did that, there were some challenges that we came up with. And fortunately, at the time, I didn't have money. I was actually running a lot on vibes, and it was just like, I just don't know what I'm doing, and I'm just going to see what happens. But actually, someone at a conference sponsored a couple of old laptops for us to use for these clubs in the under-resourced areas. And when they did that, it was awesome that we had these laptops to use, but they were really old laptops. And another thing is that the community centers as well were quite difficult to work on. So there were a couple of different challenges that we faced. So one of the things, like I said, the laptops were old and they were really slow to use. Another thing is they had low memory capacity, so they would easily crash, and that was like a very difficult thing for me to work with. Something else, there was no internet connection at these community centers that we were working out of. Sometimes there was internet access, but it was very, very slow. And then the final thing is that we had lots of girls in the community that had never used a laptop before, and that was quite challenging to try and introduce them to using laptops in the clubs. So one of the things that was a really big relief to me when I found out about it, a friend of mine actually told me about it, was Puppy Linux. And Puppy Linux is actually built from Ubuntu, and it's a really great OS. It's very lightweight, and there were a number of reasons why this was an excellent choice for us and why it was really useful for us in these under-resourced areas. The first thing is that Puppy is relatively small. It's about 300 megabytes or less, and it can run completely from RAM. So really, really useful. You can just plug it, you can download it onto a USB, and you can use it completely from RAM. So this is amazing for old computers that have very little space, and it also means that the system runs much faster as well. Secondly, ease of use. So Puppy Linux actually has all of the apps in the OS are labeled by what the apps do instead of the name of the app, and I thought this was super useful because the girls didn't know since they were using a computer for the first time. They didn't really know the names of the different apps, but then it would actually show this is what the app is for instead as the label, and I thought that was such a great thing for first-time users. Another thing is that it was ready to use, so we really didn't have to download a lot of new software from the internet when we were getting started, and that was really helpful as well because there was no internet. And then a final thing is that Puppy is actually optimized to support older computers. So it ran really well, it ran really efficiently, and it was super easy to set up when we first started going as well. You know, just plugging in a USB and setting it up that way and booting it up that way. So the point of this talk is not to be super technical or anything like that. I want to share that I don't think you need to start a nonprofit. And personally, I think it's very difficult, and I've taken several breaks, and I'm only getting back into it because of how hard it is actually to try and solve problems in the world. It's very easy to get burnt out and things like that. But I don't think you need to start a nonprofit to actually do meaningful work. Building thoughtful software is meaningful work. And I think building people who build software or open OS systems or run, you know, build open source software in general that not only thinks about the most cutting edge case and how can we build better software for big tech or whoever, you know, in that case, but also thinking, hey, how can I build, you know, my software? How can I make my operating system or whatever it is, my project, to be able to also serve people in different parts of the world in under-resourced areas as well. And I actually think that's really meaningful work to do. So that's something that I would like to encourage everyone here that's at this conference as you go back into your work and you work on Ubuntu or whatever distributions or flavors of the work that you're working on, not just to think about big tech or the most cutting edge, but you know, maybe think about some of the girls in this club that are in Zimbabwe. So final thing, as I've sort of started back, I took a break like I mentioned, but starting back up, one of the things I would like to do, or I'm aiming to do, is to create a network that will provide some opportunities for the girls in our clubs to be able to get internship opportunities if they can. And once we, you know, I'm hoping to sign up people who would be interested in maybe mentoring some of the students or also be part of this network as your company that can also provide opportunities for the girls in our clubs. And if you're interested in that, the QR code is on the screen, or you can just go to that link. You can also reach out to me. I am Marlene_ZW on Twitter, and I'm happy to talk there. And that is the end of my talk. Thank you.
So we have 2 minutes for questions. There.
Hi there. The focus of your organization seems to be girls in your city, in underserved areas of your city. How would you compare your efforts to something like She Codes Africa, which is more a West African thing, but much broader in scope?
I love She Code Africa. Thanks for bringing that up. And I think that She Code Africa, one, they've been running for a long time. I know Ada. And I think the community in West Africa, honestly, is the tech community in West Africa is more built out. It's stronger than the community in Southern Africa. Well, at least in Zimbabwe. I think the community in South Africa is quite strong, but in Zimbabwe, the tech community is really, I think, still in the early stages. And so because of that, like, I know when I was first getting started, I tried to go to companies and try to ask for like help or things like that, and they just don't have any idea of what I'm talking about and like not really at the stage where they can help, I guess. And so I would say one of the advantages of being in West Africa is the tech community there is really mature.
Yeah, wonderful talk, wonderful project. I have a question. What was your biggest challenge in setting up the overall scheme? I mean, you said you were sort of, you know, wandering around and then it sort of came together, but I'm really wondering, like, what was your biggest challenge there?
I think when I first started, I think I wanted to solve, like, all of the problems, and I thought I could do it by myself as well. I had one of my friends helping me, Ron, and you know, I think I got burnt out really quickly, and that's why I like took a break. because I was trying to do everything. And I also struggled with coordinating volunteers because I found that volunteers would start out very excited, but then like over time they would be inconsistent, and that would be very difficult for the girls as well. And that would throw off the program and things like that. So working with volunteers and trying to do everything by myself was my issue. I think. Thanks for the question.
Hey, thanks. How did you get girls' attention to come to these places, or how they found out?
So we worked directly with the high schools. I communicated with a high school in the area, and we would host the clubs out of community centers. And the community center was, like, they worked with social workers that were connected to the high school, and the social workers would kind of coordinate with the school to recommend girls for us. So I think we started with 30 girls. And just anyone that was interested, I think the social worker went and, I'm trying to remember, I think she went and just made an announcement in the schools, and then the girls came from there. It was just high school students.
Hi, Marlene.
Hi.
Thanks for coming. I'm curious, you started off talking about how in an underrepresented place you had trouble getting access to internet, and you were stuck with slow laptops and things that were great educational tools but were still insufficient for you. Have those problems evolved into different problems, or are you still suffering from some of those same things where you don't have access to the actual technology and hardware to accomplish what you want?
So the great thing was that as we went forward, got a great donation from GitHub, and GitHub donated like 20 Macs, which was amazing. And so thank you, GitHub, for doing that. And that really made a big difference, and ultimately ended up just like giving away the old laptops. But I do feel like there are, especially for organizations getting started, even as I want to continue running the organization, I don't see us buying like 30 Macs on our own. I still see us buying like older laptops because you can just get more for the money. And unless we're working directly with a company that will like sponsor laptops or something like that, I still see it being hardware. It's like the hardware we're going to use is probably older. Yeah.
Last question, sorry.
Hi, my question kind of connects with your last answer. I know this initiative called labdo.org. I know they develop a lot of laptops to Latin America, Asia, and Africa. I wanted to ask, do you have kind of connection with them, and do they really work? Or does it really have is it successful?
Which was the company you said?
It's labdo.org. It's kind of an initiative which takes computers from companies donated, like kind of reestablish with Ubuntu, like kind of some Ubuntu image, and send them with partners to the countries.
Okay, I haven't heard of that organization before, but I will say that I don't think when you are working with like people for the first time and like just trying to teach them the basics of code, I really don't think you need like complicated operating systems or complicated like hardware in general. And so old laptops are literally just fine when you are working in some of those areas. So I do think companies like that are fantastic if they are doing that. I haven't worked with that specific company, but I still think it's great that they're doing that.
Thank you, Marlene. 2 minutes, and then we came for the closing session with Philippe. So, short break.
All right. Ready? Okay. All right. Wow, this was quite an event, eh? It's been so wonderful to see you all this week. You've been fabulous. I'd like to thank you all for being part of this very special event, the first Ubuntu Summit. It's been such a positive and enlightening experience that will be etched into our minds for years to come. You can always look back and say, I was at the very first Ubuntu Summit. So, we have an exclusive screening at the end of the session, really something to look forward to. We'll need about 10-15 minutes to get there, so we won't need the full time this session. Are you ready? Yeah, okay, awesome. So, Ubuntu Summit is all about connecting the various corners of open source and creating something together that really goes beyond what we can achieve individually. It even goes beyond Ubuntu itself and extends into open source technology. I've had many people tell me they've had a number of engaging, invigorating conversations over the past 3 days. And related to that, Jaron and Torsten have some very similar ideas that fit so nicely into the spirit of this conference that I'd like to highlight them. Where are you two? Hands up. There's Torsten, and Jaron is somewhere here, I hope. So Jaron is a translator for Hebrew, speaks many languages, and Torsten is a member of the Community Council and has been with us since 2006. Jaron was mentioning how great ideas start here, and Torsten was interested in getting folks together around some new projects. So wouldn't it be great to use the Ubuntu Summit as the start of a new collaboration? Just combining your expertise, creating a new app for desktop Linux, or a new community initiative, such as reviving your local community, or getting community managers from various open source organizations together. Maybe you'll even create a startup for that device you were talking about that should be in everyone's hands. These aren't just examples. Some of what I mentioned actually comes from conversations I've been having this week. I'd like all of you to think about the people that you've talked to and how you can use this for a shared success story in the open source community. Write down what you've done, meet with your new collaborators, and when you come back for Ubuntu Summit 2023, we'll do a showcase and share your collective achievements with the world. How does that sound? Yeah. We've had so many good speakers here on stage in the breakout rooms. There are skilled instructors that give you hands-on experiences in the workshops. How many of you have been in a situation where there were just more than 2 sessions to choose from and you didn't want to miss it? Yeah, that's about everyone. I thought so. Same for me. There were just many more sessions I'd love to see. I'm already looking forward to the recordings. We'll send you all an email when they're available, hopefully soon. And I'm really looking forward to that. So, if you were a speaker at this event, could you stand up for a moment? Wow, that feels like half the room, or more. Now, could the rest of you express how much you enjoyed the sessions with an elevating round of applause? This is amazing, I love it. Wow, this is not ending. I love it. So, thank you. Of course, this is a team effort. When registering, traveling to, or enjoying this event, you might have talked to the one or other person. But there's just many more people involved, so I'd like to say some special thank yous. Where is Mauro? Where is he hiding? Come on, Mauro. So Mauro joined just a week after me, and you know, he told me he enjoys a challenge. Little did he know that a short while later, I would set him up with the task of organizing this summit. He's been a bolt of energy, and without him, much of what you've seen here just wouldn't be possible, so thank you, Mauro, for everything. Also, thank you to those who started it. This was before I joined, but I heard that Ken made a nice pitch to Mark to get the thing started, and so thank you, Ken, for getting it started, and Mark for making this possible. Next up, our moderators. Thank you for helping us here and in the main plenary for our remote viewers. You are so much more than moderate. You have made this a very smooth experience. Could you stand up for a round of applause? Cool. I'm making you clap a lot today, but I hope you're good with it. So next up, somewhat in the background, but also in the foreground, we have our EA and support teams. We've gotten just a glimpse of all the moving parts, and man, wow, these folks have been working what feels like nonstop, get everything set up, keeping it moving. They are a force of nature. Support team, do you want to come out and say hi? I see a hand. And our EAs as well that have come in here and are not at the registration desk, so if you need anything, they're here and not there. There they are. Okay, last two. Many others at Canonical. Maro and I have talked to so many teams that have been vital to the success. If I were to mention everyone, I'd really just be reading from the staff director here. So let me just say thank you to everyone involved at Canonical here and in the background. Saving the best for last. This is a community conference, so obviously we also involved our community members in our planning conversations. So if you've been involved in getting the event rolling, weekly planning, making recommendations on speakers, providing gaming equipment, and helping our team here at the conference, or in any other way, let's stand up and give you a round of applause as well. That's not all of you. There's probably more. Cool. So, quick reminder, there's a closing party today. I will see you all at 7 in the lobby for the bus, or around 7:30 till 7:50. If you want to walk, that's fine. If you can't get enough of Ubuntu, take a quick 2 to 3 week vacation here in Europe or Asia. Then head on to UbuCon Asia in Seoul, South Korea, November 26th to 27th. Young Bin and his team are here as well if you want to chat with them for more information. And now, please wait in suspense while we set up our theater.
let's get going.
So that was just a quick preview of some of the work that our videographer did. And all of this is only possible thanks to you. So thank you, everyone, and see you this evening somewhere online, the next open source conference or the next Ubuntu Summit. Thank you very much.
Let's go all dressed up for the boat party.